Good afternoon, Motor Maniacs. Here we are. We are in Ferris, Texas, which is somewhere toward Dallas. Well, southeast of Dallas. Okay, so yeah, we're at the Xtreme Motorsports Park. We have never been here, huh? Oh, Raceway. Xtreme Raceway Park. Oh, that's why I couldn't find it in. Oh, okay. Anyway, yeah, we've never been here before. This is our very first time. We've been in Texas, but this is our first. They are doing, they're finishing up their test and tune today, and then they're going to do the Gamblers Race time runs. So we will sit here and watch the runs in picture. And then they'll go in, as soon as they finish those, we'll go into the Gamblers Race. Okay, it's the Pro 1 Safety Gamblers Race. Thank you to Pro 1 Safety. Thank you to Mr. Wendell's Motorsports and D3 Transportation LLC for bringing Motor Mania TV in and keeping it free to you, the viewer. You know, if it wasn't for these sponsors, you'd be signing up to something. Anyway, so we appreciate them. Today also, following the Gamblers Race, we're going to have the Ladies Street Shootout. Now, the Ladies Street Shootout isn't just a matter of putting the ladies in a car. It cannot be a race car. It has to be a street car. It can't go faster than a certain amount, and so on and so forth. So that should be fun to watch as well. There are no buybacks in the ladies shootout either. So, but there are buybacks in the Gamblers Race. Anything else we need to say, dear? I think that's about it. Your host is Dylan Lee on the hot stick this weekend. So, you know, show them love. Okay. Let me get you to this, and bye.
As we are finishing out what's left in the lanes of our test and tune runs, we are officially live on Motor Mania TV, brought to you by Mr. Wendell's Motorsports and D3 Transportation. And good afternoon to everyone already on our chat bleachers. Like I said, we're finishing up our test and tune hits here. That'll be followed by our time runs, or time run, that is, for our Pro 1 Safety Friday Gamblers Race. And of course, that will be immediately followed by racing action of our Pro 1 Friday Gamblers Race. So, we'll finish out what we got in the lanes for test and tune. We'll do what we got to do, and we will get rolling with this thing today. But like and share, baby. As I'm sure most of you already have. Be sure and hit the like button, hit subscribe, and we look forward to spending our weekend with all of you. The Hamlin Motorsports Red Racing Engines 6-shooter showdown, presented by Mr. Wendell's Motorsports here at the beautiful Xtreme Raceway Park. We'll be coming at you with more shortly as we get ready to kick off Pro 1 Friday. Another friendly reminder for everyone out there, all these street-driven vehicles in competition today. Make sure you turn your ACs off and you leave them off as long as you are still racing today. Having a few issues up here with some of the condensation water drifting onto the racing surface, and we absolutely cannot have that. So these street cars that are racing out here this weekend, please ensure that you turn your ACs off and leave them off while you're still in competition. Racers, if you could help us help you today. I know a lot of you have multiple car numbers on your vehicles. Please make sure that A, you have the correct number visible for the entry in which you're running. B, you have the number that you're not running for that entry covered up in some way, shape, or form. Help us out up here in the tower tremendously. So please make sure you have the correct number for your entry visible on the left side of your race car. If you have any other numbers on there, please make sure they are covered up in some way to make sure we put in the correct car number for your entry that you're running. attention in the pits. At this time, I will take my no box cars to the staging lanes for your one and only time run, please. No box to the staging lanes for your time run. Once again, no box for your one and only time run. We will take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. No box. Your one and only time trial to lanes 1 and 2, please. Once again, no box time run to lanes 1 and 2, please. No box to lanes 1 and 2 for your time run, please. Final call, no box for your one and only time run, please. Final call, no box, lanes 1 and 2. If you're not here, you should definitely be on this way as we speak. Final call, no box for your one and only time run to lanes 1 and 2. Once again, our odd numbered lanes are the left, our even numbered lanes are the right. So for you no box guys that are on your way to lanes 1 and 2 right now, 1 would be the left, 2 would be the right. And that being said, absolute last and final call, no box to lanes 1 and 2 for your time run, please. And like you did with your Test and Tune Tech cards, you will bring your Gamblers Race Tech cards. If you have not already turned that in to the lanes with you.
To the crystal blue sky.
So our first pair of our official Pro 1 Friday Gamblers Race time trial. These are the no box guys. It's all one Gamblers Race, but as always, we will call them to the lanes separately for a little while anyway. So you know, box guys, if you are not in the staging lines for your time trial, you are late. No box time trial, absolute last and final call to the lanes. If you're not here, we are running, and we will definitely run without you. So as we run our time trial here, everyone that has tuned in thus far on Motor Mania and everyone that's on the property with us, we absolutely thank you for spending your Friday afternoon with us. It's definitely going to be one heck of a weekend here at XRP. Of course, a huge thank you go to all of our great sponsors that make this possible. Our live feed sponsors, Mr. Wendell's Motorsports and D3 Transportation. Safety coming on board, sponsoring our Friday Gamblers warm-up race. Compressed Air Supercharging, Best Deal Services, Texas Trailer Man, Lone Star Sign and Design, Competitive Suspension, Scotty's Racing Transmissions, Josh Reynolds, The Paint Shack, RLR Diesel, Casey Clean, Syntex Printing, Texas Graphics Plus, Raceworks, Precision Race Fuel, Accelerated Graphics, May Racing Carbs, Amsoil, Burrow Motorsports, Balls Out Racing. The list goes on and on. Drag Champ, Pro Turk, Wild Willie Fuel Fragrances. And of course, Red Racing Engines. Cannot do things like this without all of them, and we most certainly cannot do this without all of y'all. So our time run's coming at you right now. Of course, that will be immediately followed by round number 1 as Billy Talbot swinging the rear end of the Camaro way out there in the burnout. Tim Ray, Sheila Day on the racetrack. Coach 005, 630.53. Sheila, 29 on the red side, 626. Remember, everybody, as you come to the lanes for your time run, make sure you bring your tech cards with you to the front of the lanes. And that being said, box door cars, you are on standby for your one and only time run, please. So go ahead and get them fueled up, get them ready to go. We will be calling you to the lanes very shortly. No box door cars, you are on standby for your one and only time trial. And your one and only time run up here for the Gamblers Race is for everyone that is entered in the Gamblers Race, regardless if you made test and tune hits earlier. So please, if you're in the Gamblers Race, feel free, when your category is called, to come around and get your time run in for the day. We are running through our no box cars right now. I have put box door cars on standby for your time trial. So get ready. We'll be coming at you shortly. Hey, attention in the pits, box door cars. We will take you to the staging lanes for your one and only time trial, please. Box door cars. To the staging lanes for your time run. Box door cars. To the staging lanes, please. Once again, box door cars, we will take you to the staging lanes, please, for your time run. Box door cars to the lanes for your time run. And the right lane right now, that's Jason Ram. And a little birdie, i.e. the internet, tells me it's his birthday today. So, birthday baby boy, 553 at a $1.26, 004 on the red side, but he can sure that up a little bit. Once again, box door cars, your one and only time run. We need you in the lanes, please. Box door cars to the staging lanes. door cars. If you're not here, get here. As our first pair of box door cars complete their burnouts for their time trial. If you are a box door car and have not yet made it to the lanes, please do so at this time. Box door cars, this is your final call to the lanes for your one and only time run. Once again, if you're out there and we're having any sort of issues hearing our announcements here, the track radio station is 95.7 on your FM radio dial. The track radio station is 95.7. Attention in the pits, final call, box door car to the lanes for your time run, please. Final call, box door cars to the staging lanes. Final call, box door cars. Attention to the pits. I will take Dragsters now to the staging lane, please. Dragsters. To the lanes for your one and only time run. Dragsters. Bring them on around and bring them now. Dragsters to the lanes, please. Once again, Dragsters, we will take you to the lanes now, please. Dragsters to the lanes for your one and only time trial. Dragsters to the staging lanes, please. And as we wind down our time runs here, I know how it goes, and you want to try to wait as long as possible to try to match the conditions of eliminations, but fair warning to everyone out there, when we run out of cars in the staging lanes, that's going to do it for our time run. And we will move directly into first round of our Pro 1 Friday Gamblers race. So that being said, all cars in our Gamblers race have been called to the lanes for your one and only time trial. All cars have been called to the lanes. We are in box door car right now, and I need my Dragsters. Dragsters to the staging lanes, please. I'll tell y'all one thing, sitting back watching some of these time runs, I have personally seen at least several trip zip perfect reaction times and a couple of quadruple zero reaction times, so everyone's definitely swinging for it this fine Friday afternoon, and it'll make us work a little harder to calculate our wait and see buy run after the end of this time trial session. But definitely a cool deal out there, and everyone's definitely here to play. Once again, all cars have been called to the lanes for your one and only time run. All cars have been called to the lanes. Dragsters, you should be there or en route to there as we speak. Dragsters, you have been called, and you should be in the staging lanes at this time. Steve Tate, if you could please come see us in the front of the tower, please, that would be fantastic. Steve Tate, please report to the front of the tower. Dragsters, y'all are rolling under the suites as we speak. If you're not here, you definitely should be. Dragsters. If you're not here, you are late for your one and only time trial. Attention in the pits, this is your final call for your one and only time trial for the Pro 1 Gamblers Race. Final call for time trials. If you have not yet been down this racetrack in this time trial session, you should be in the lanes, on the way to the lanes, or in a very big hurry to be headed to the lanes. As we speak, absolute last and final call for our Pro 1 Gamblers Race time trial. Once again, final call. All cars to the lanes for your time run session. Final call. We're running Dragsters. And Dragsters are the last ones we called. Final call. All of y'all to the staging lane.
I try and I try and I try.
We will close the staging lanes at 10 after 2. That is approximately 6 minutes from right now. If you have not yet made your time run for our Pro 1 Gamblers race, you should definitely be in the lanes at this time. Final call, we will close the lanes in now 5 minutes. The lanes are officially closed for time trials. No more cars to the staging lanes, please. We will run out what we have back there. Get everything shifted over, and then we will immediately start round number 1 of our Pro 1. The Pro 1 round, actually. Gambler's race. Everybody sit tight. We're going to run out what we have in the lanes. And we'll be getting everything underway, eliminations-wise, shortly thereafter. So while we handle a little track maintenance right here, we've got the remaining dragsters for our time run in the staging lanes and under the suites. And I've just been informed that the first dead on the dial today, dead zero, will win $100 courtesy of Randall Reed. So thanks, Randall. Again, $100 for the first dead zero. Dead on the dial in today, courtesy of Randall Reed. We're checking the track out right now, make sure everything is A-OK and pristine for y'all. And once we do that, we will be right back underway with the last handful of pairs of our time run. But that'll conclude.
So if you would like that, they are within a 30-second loop of action that's on track live. So you'll get that call within the next 30 seconds of the call being made. So you can turn Motor Mania on in your trailer, truck, motorhome, what have you. You can hear them that way. Or sign up for the text message alert system on the Hamlin Motorsports Facebook page. This is a left side racetrack when it comes to dial-ins and car numbers. If you are going deep stage, and deep stage is allowed in no box only, you must have it on all four corners of your vehicle, and it's really going to help your case if you let the starter know, hey, I'm going deep, before you roll in there. Stage lock is not on, so it is on you to get your car in the beams and keep it there. That is a preference that I have, not just me myself, but I have seen multiple times between big money races, that there are some problems that come up that really aren't explainable whenever it comes to stage lock in different systems, not just the one we use here. But so once again, we are not using stage lock, dial-ins and car numbers left side of the vehicle. If you cannot hear the radio station or you cannot hear the PA from your pit area, there is a link on the Hamlin Motorsports Facebook page to sign up for the group text message, and we will send a text message out every time we make a class call to the staging lanes. If you cannot or do not want to do that, you can turn on Motor Mania TV. They are broadcasting live on YouTube and a bunch of other platforms, but YouTube's probably the easiest for you to sync it up and figure out when you're called to the lanes. And last but not least, when it comes down to a single file line in the staging lanes, which means everybody wants one lane, cars will be paired front to back, and the front car will have lane choice. There's not a coin flip. There is not a I didn't see that coin flip argument. The front car has lane choice every time in a front to back pairing. And once we start front to back pairings, if you arrive in the staging lanes after we start front to back pairings, you will be in that line that is the single line left in the staging lanes. When it comes to pairing you and your partner up, you can obviously take the other lane, but we can't start pairing people front to back and losing lane choice, and then somebody else pull up in the opposite lane, and then somebody behind them gets their lane choice. So front to back pairings, front car has lane choice. 95.7 FM if you can pick up the radio station from the tower. A link on the Hamlin Motorsports page for group messages whenever calls are made to the staging lanes, or turn it on Motor Mania. You can use that as your tool to listen for class calls. Dial-ins, car numbers left side of the vehicle. If you're going deep, please, please, please make sure you point at deep and let the starter know. He will hold the tree so long as you are staging in a timely manner. We are not using stage lock, and we will take double entered no box cars for round number 1. Or Friday's Gamblers Race. I should probably know it's Pro 1 Friday. The Friday Gamblers Race, double entered no box cars to the staging lanes, and shout out to all the Motor Mania chat. Yeah, Joanne, I see you on there. JJ Pennington is a sponsored driver. So yeah, double entered no box, and we'll give you just a few minutes if you are doubled to get up here first. No boxes ran down to 1 car, so if you're in the very back of the no box line, you might run a box car on Friday. Tomorrow is a different purse, different structure. It's in a different category, but on Friday it's a Gamblers Race, and we run them down to 1. and then they will fall in the box category. So double enter no box to the staging lanes, and the rest of you no box cars are on a very short standby. Dylan's going to take back over, and thank you for coming out here at Xtreme Raceway Park on Friday, because it's an absolutely beautiful day for drag racing. A little windy and a whole lot of rigs here on the property and a whole lot of entries on Friday, and we can't thank you enough for that. So double entered at no box to the staging lanes.
Attention in the pits, car number 419, or bike number. Race vehicle number 419 in no box. You are our wait and see by run for round number 1. Number 419, quad zeros. Out of the no box category, you will be the wait and see by run. So on that entry, not sure if you're double or not, and we're currently getting all the tech cards entered into the computer, so I'm also not sure who you were. But you will come up to the back of the category. Once again, number 419, you are our wait and see by run for Pro 1 round 1. Here on Pro 1 Friday, no box double entries have been called to the staging lanes. As Jake was saying a while ago, no box double entries, you have been called, and you should be en route to the staging lanes at this time. The rest of no box, you will be summoned very shortly. So no box double entries, you have been called to the lanes, and the rest of no box, you are currently on standby.
If they get up their way, they gotta let me know at least.
And once again, the Pro 1 Gamblers warm-up race is one category. We are calling y'all separate to the staging lanes. And no box, we will run down until there's one remaining no box car before that all gets merged together. But it is one category. So if you are doubled in no box, please, please, please ensure you get back around in a very timely manner, or else you will be running your second entry with our top bulb, probably door cars. And that being said, no box double entries have been called. I will take all of my no box cars to the lanes for Pro 1 round 1 here on Pro 1 Friday. Heffler's getting his money's worth out of that one. All no box has been called to the staging lanes for round number 1. All no box cars to the staging lanes, please. So while we get our no box cars in the lanes for round number 1, once again, thank all of you for spending your Friday afternoon with us here at beautiful XRP, the Red Racing Engines 6-shooter showdown presented by Mr. Wendell's Motorsports. It is Pro 1 Friday. And all of you tuned in on Motor Mania, make sure you like and share and subscribe and tell your friends, tell your neighbors, all that other corny announcer lingo that I'll think of later. A huge shout out to Mr. Wendell's Motorsports and D3 Transportation for coming on board and providing us with the always fantastic Motor Mania live feed. And of course, all of our many event sponsors as well, which we will definitely be talking about all weekend long. That's right, Jerry. Everyone hit the like button. It's always a good weekend when Motor Mania is involved. Once again, all of my no box cars, you have all been called for round number 1. All no box cars for Pro 1 round 1. You have been called and you should be in the lanes as we speak. Well, our first pair of Pro 1 round 1 of no box is under the suites as we speak. And as always, we got to kick things off the right way. Welcome everyone to beautiful Xtreme Raceway Park for the Red Racing Engine 6-shooter showdown presented by Mr. Wendell's Motorsports. It is Pro 1 Friday. They're ready to rock and roll, but first, I ask that everyone please stand for our invocation, followed by the playing of our national anthem. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and the opportunity and the freedom to come together and enjoy the great sport of drag racing that we all love and hold dear. Lord, we ask that you provide safety for all of the racers, all of the crew, all of our staff and our spectators today and this weekend. We ask that you give us safe travels to and from wherever we came from and to our next destination, wherever that may be. Lord, we thank you for everything you do for us. But most of all, we thank you for your Son who died on the cross for all of us. And it's in his name we pray. Amen.
say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 1. It is Pro 1 Friday here at the Rudd Racing Engine 6-Shooter Showdown, presented by Mr. Wendell's Motorsports, and on behalf of our entire Xtreme Raceway Park and Hamlin Motorsports crew, we cannot thank you enough for being here with us. And today is merely the beginning, as we have a fun-filled weekend in store. Of course, our Pro 1 Gamblers race will roll out first. This evening, we'll have our Chicks on Slicks Ladies Street Shootout. And then tomorrow, a whole other slew of activities. Our first pair is in the water box. Left side of the racetrack to kick us off will be Daryl Patton, the Highlands, Texas-based Maverick, dialed in at 624. Right side is Bryce Hatfield, the Chevrolet so nice they named it twice. 611, what he says he's going to go. Down the right side of the racetrack, so Patton left, Hatfield right. Bryce finds the stage beam. Daryl inches his way forward. He's in. Red light start. Daryl Patton reacts 18 thousandths of a second too soon. Goes 6:23.7. 3 thou under the dial in. Bryce was red as well. And Daryl's going to be wished we were doing things a little different here. Bryce was 068 on the red side, but left second, 612 on a 611. He will move on. Daryl will have to hit the buyback window if he wants another shot at that one. Jake Howard, Terry Allen, your next pair. Howard fills trailer sales side of the racetrack in the Fire Chicken. 660 his dial in, and Terry Allen. Conroe, Texas, where he calls home. The Pontiac Firebird dials in at 535. Separate them up front. Advantage Jake. Winlight Jake. 20 green. 662.6 on a 660 dial and gets him 24 thou worth of finish line. Terry was 52 on this end and mathematically ineligible from there. 536 on a 535. It'll go down as a whole shot loss. Jake moves on. Tim Ray and Brian Day, your next contestants. Coach Tim, left side, 636, the number on the Camaro. B-Day, right side of the racetrack, 695, the number on the S10. Approach turns are red by 43 foul. B-Day will advance 23 green, 697.9 on a 695. Ray 43 red and 635 on a 636. Your next pair, Chad Sandlin, left side of the racetrack. The Self Motorsports ride, 623, the number on his scoreboard. Right side, not yet on file. We will have that squared away ever so shortly up here. 570, the number on the Camaro. The split on this end. Wind light says Sandlin. 28 green, dead 9, gets there by 1 foul. Right side 31 green, dead 7. And comes out by 1 foul on the wrong end of that one. Sandlin moves on. Bobby Knox, Danny Hatfield up next. Hatfield right side of the racetrack, the Camaro, 628 his dial in. Bobby Knox left side. The truck, 639 his dial in. Oh boy. Hatfield's got a temp to play with and will light up the Elder Chrysler Dodge scoreboards. He's 33 green, 646, only 101 miles per. Gets there first by 49 thou. Bobby's reaction time started with not a 0. And 651 and a 639, all sorts of ineligible. Jeremy Casey and Casey Ball. On the starting line, Jeremy left side in the Nova, 635 his dial in, and Casey Ball on the motor scooter. The two-wheeled machine will dial in at 624. Green lights a pair, 1 thou separate them. This one's pretty good. Green light says Jeremy Casey. 008 green, dead 3. How about an 11 pack? In round number 1 of no box. Gets there first by 14 thou. Casey 007 on this, and he was right with him. But 625.8 on a 624. 18 thou above, 007 up front. That'll win you a lot of rounds in no box, but not that one. Jeremy Casey moves on. Kevin Martin and Sheila Day up next. Kmart left side in the Roadster, 616 the dial in. Sheila right side. Passing it down Dina, Texas in the Vegas, 623 her dial in. Attention in the pits. Final call for no box. Final call. All no box competitors for Pro 1 round 1. Final call, no box. To the staging lanes, please. Away they go. Advantage up front. Kmart. Win light Kmart. 30 green. 621 on a 616. 29 thou worth of finish line to light up the scoreboard. Sheila was late on this end. 625 on a 623 is not going to make up for it. Max McLaughlin and Hope Talbot up next. Mad Max left side. The deep stage in Mustang, 706 his dial in, and Hope Talbot. In the Camaro, 599 what she says she is going to go. Hope's going to have her work cut out for a little on this one, but she's going to get it done. 40 green, dead 5. Gets there first by 24 thousandths of a second. Max was 26 on this end, but goes 44 thou of the dial in to end his chances. He'll have to hit the buyback window. A couple of not on files on the starting line. Left side dial 792. Right side dial 645. Right side kicks are red by 20 thou. Left lane your winner, 80 green and 819 on a 792. So there's that. Vince Hernandez, Robert Johnson up next. Hernandez, the San Antonio, Texas-based Chrome Arrow 661, his dial in on the left side, and Robert Johnson. 674, what he says the Malibu is going to go, and he's going to get a free look at it as Hernandez kicks it red by 38 south. Johnson moves on, 004 green, and 675.6 on a 674. 20 total. That'll do. And that will bring up Hector Aguilera. Hector left side. In the Nova, 692, his dial in, and Brian Hughes. Hughes wheeling the Monty this weekend. He will dial in at 617. Brian Hughes kicks the red 18 thou. Hector moves on 038 up front, 693 on a 692. Hughes 18 red, 612 on a 617, so he was holding a nickel. But didn't really get a chance to do anything with it. Lance Love and Jason Ram. The birthday baby boy right side of the racetrack on the motorcycle, 553 his dial in, and Lance Love. Left side in the Malibu, dials in at 675. One like Lance Love is Jason had some issues getting the bike stayed up. Staged up, that is. Love 35 green, 674 and a 675. Jason will have to try something different next time. Jason Leslie and Chuck Weir on the starting line. Jason dials in 698 on the left. Chuck dials in at 647 on the right. Well, one of them is looking really good, and that is not how I expected that to go. Weir will light up the scoreboard. He's 90 green and 653 on a 647. Jason Leslie was 002 on this end of the racetrack, but goes 715 on a 698, over a tenth and a half above the dial-in, so not sure what went wrong in his operation there, but Chuck gets by with one. Jason, I would not recommend buying any lottery tickets in your near future. Cody Leslie, Jacob Pitt up next. Leslie left side, dials in 667. Jacob Pitt right side, dials in 569 in the Yonge. Green lights of hair, when light says Jacob Pitt 007. 573, 1 and a 569, gets there first by 25 thousandths of a second. Cody was 11 green, but 61 thou above the dial in is not going to work out. Mike Leslie will line up on the left side in the Falcon, dials in at 668. Right side, the Corvette, not yet on file, dials in at 587. And speaking of not on files, if you have not yet turned your tech card in, you should have definitely done that by now. So, things happen, but ensure when you come up here for round one, if you have not yet turned your card in, you do that. Winlight Mike Leslie, 001 green, 670 on a 668. Right side was 55 up front. 592 on a 587 will not work out that time. Steve Morris and John Moggins come up. Steve left side. The Gilmer, Texas headquartered Chevy 2, 612 his dial in, and John Moggins. Park City, Kansas, where him and his Chevy Camaro call home, 577 his dial in. Winlight Moggins, 017 on this end. 16 thou above on that end. Gets there first by 8 thou. Steve was 35 green, dead 5. And just gets a front row seat at John's Winlight. Your next pair, not on file left, not on file right. 633 the dial in on the left side in the orange red. 695 the dial in on the right, and I believe that is one of the Heffler cars. Who's driving remains a complete mystery. Celeste says it should be Austin Williams, so we're going to roll with that. Well, whoever it is going to move on. Left side 20 red, Heffler's ride 57 green. 694 on a 695. Good enough. Gotta love Plan A. Matt Hall up next in the Sonoma. 622 the dial in. Right side the motorcycle. Dials in at 568. Motorcycle tried to go for a pretty good ride there. He's red either way, but it looked cool. Matt Hall, 57 green and 621-0 on a 622 dial in. Once again, round number 1. The Pro 1 round here on Pro 1 Friday. The first dead on the dial in with a 0 today will win $100 courtesy of Mr. Randall Reed. So that's something to keep an eye out for as Kevin Grider and Preston Miles battle it out on the racetrack. Kevin left side 752. Preston right side in the altered 564. 7 foul. Separate them on this end. Advantage Kevin, but the win light will blinkety blink for Preston. 47 green, 566 on a 564. Gets there first by 1,000th of a second. Kevin 40 green and 37 thou above the dial in is not going to work out. Aaron Jones and Dwayne McGee up next. Maggie, that might be. Well, Dwayne. 616 the dial in on the motorcycle. 639 the dial in for Aaron. Hey, tension in the pits, absolute. Last and final call. No box. So the staging length for round 1. If you're not here, you are very late at this time. Final call, no box for round number 1. Aaron Jones turns on the win light there. 641 and a 639. Was 39 up front. And got there first by 26 thou. Dwayne 56 and 36 thou above the dial in. Also, attention in the pits, I will take my double entered box door cars to the staging lanes, please. Double entered box door cars. I will take you to the staging lanes at this time. Box double entered door cars for Pro 1 round 1 to the staging lanes, please. Rick Mortimer and Brian Bishop are on the racetrack. Rick left side. The H-Town based Bel Air, 616 his dial in, and Brian Bishop right side of the equation dials in at 654. Winlight Mortimer as Bishop kicks her 7 thou red. Rick 002 green and 617-1 on a 616 dial in. So Rick was 13 total either way. Your next pair, Megan Brown left side in the Nova, 628 to dial in right side. The motorcycle dials in at 598. Wind light brown as the bike turns red by 4, hun. Megan gets away with one. 76 green and 630 on a 628. Good enough. Smile, Blakely. Ashley's going to ignore. Justin Cervantes up next, left side, 655, his dial in. And Bobo Marshall, unless someone else was driving his ride, 632 the number for him. When light goes to Marshall, 002 green, 635 on a 632. Cervantes, 15 green. But 21 thou worth of finish line leaves him 3 thou under the dial in. Cameron Fulford, Brian Day up next. Fulford left side of the racetrack, 615 the number on the window. B-Day right side dials in 697. Once again, box double entered door cars. We will take you to the staging lanes, please. Box double entered door cars for Pro 1 round 1. To the staging lanes, please. Off goes B-Day. Here comes Cameron. 1/100th of a second separate them. Advantage Cameron. Win light Brian Day. 26 green and dead 0. So that's $100 courtesy of Randall Reed, and it comes in the no box category. B-Day 26 green, dead 0. Cameron 16 green. 15 thou worth of finish line leaves him 5 thou under the dial in. So B-Day moves on, and congratulations on your dead on the dial bonus. Your next pair, Tim Ray and Rob Castile. Coach left side in the Camaro, 635 his dial in. And Rob Castile. Weatherford, Texas, the Dodge Dart, 704. The number on his scoreboard. Win light, Tim Ray, 32 green, 637 on a 635. Rob was a day and a half late and proceeds to follow Coach through to be 27 thou under the dial in. Your next pair, Daryl Patton and Terry Allen. Patton left side dials in 624. Allen right side dials in 35. Turns are red by 1/1000th of a second. Terry moves on, 26 green, 535, dead 2. So that's 28 total. Patton 001 red, 625 on a 624. Attention in the pits. I will now take all of my box door cars for Pro 1 Round 1, please. All box door cars, singles and doubles. We will take you to the staging lanes, please. Box door cars, singles and doubles. To the staging lanes, please. Jay Coward left side, 660, not on file right side, 570. Separate them. You cannot give Jay Coward that much room because that's what's going to happen. 31 green and 663 on a 660. Gets Jake 36 thou worth of finish line. Right side was 0.05 of a second slower than that up front, and 571 a 570. No good. As Danny Hatfield, left side 630, right side the Chevy 2 dials in at 611. Well, that was weird. Wind light right side in a double red light situation. Hatfield was negative a lot. Right side was negative not quite as a lot. 614 and a 611 will advance. And I believe our box door cars are rolling under the suites. And that being said, all box door cars have been called for round number 1. All box door cars. Singles and doubles for Pro 1 Round 1, you have been called to the staging lanes. So as we migrate into our box door cars, Jordan Heffler and Steve Tate will kick us off. Heffler left side 608, Tate right side 641, and they are separated by 1,000. Wind light, Jordan Heffler, 008 green and 609.4. 14 thou above the dial in, gets there first by 0.03 of a second. Tate was 009 on this end and 16 thou above the dial in. Not a bad lap, but not good enough there. Brent Lancaster and Jesse Williams. Up next, J-Dub right side, 593. Brent Honcho left side, 550. Brent, our Syntex Printing Practice Tree Race winner last night. And before anyone sees any of the pictures, I know this is totally believable. But no, the number on the check is not real. Lancaster, 35 green, dead 5 will advance. J-Dub was 34 red. And 595 on a 593. Not that it mattered after the red light. Which will bring up Bruce White left side. Dials in 619 in the T1000 right side. Not currently on file. Dials in at 582. Win light Bruce White 17, green 620 with a 2 on a 619. Gets there first by 1 thou, right side 24, green and dead 6, but no chance. Was locked out of that one. Mike Badeau, bad slow Badeau, left side will dial in 704. The Gardendale, Texas-based Chevrolet Chevelle and Mallory Bontrager. From slightly closer than Gardendale. 589 the dial in on the Malibu. The difference on this end, win light Bontrager. 001 green, dead 9 for a 10 pack. Gets there first by 21 thou. Bad slow was 15 on this end. 705 with a 7 on a 704 is not going to work. 15 up front. Mallory was 10 total, so that's some pretty easy math. Mallory moves on. Badeau will have to come and make an additional donation. Chad Sandlin and Brian McLean. In the stage beam, Sandlin left side dials in 623. McLean right side dials in 666. 11 thou. The difference on this one. Win light says McLean. 005 green and 666 dead on plus 3 thou. Will light up the Elder Chrysler Dodge scoreboard. Gets there first by 14 thousandths of a second. Sandlin was 16 up front. And wasting race fuel for the remaining 659 feet. Goes 623 dead 6. I mean, what are you going to do? Apparently not that. Next up, Charlie Goff and Mad Max McLaughlin. Charlie right side in the truck, 666. Max left side in the Mustang, dials in at 699. Win light, Charlie Goff, 12 green and 665 1 on a 666 will win the double breakout situation. Mad Max was 21 green and 15 thou under the dial in. Charlie was 9 thou under, so courtesy of 6 thou of double breakout, Charlie moves on. Your next pair, not yet on file left, dials in 696. Right side, Tim Guthrie in the Vega, dials in at 623. Red light and good night Brown away left side by 6 thou. Tim moves on 17 green and 621 on a 623. Once again, all of my box door cars have been called. All box door cars have been called, and we are running you as we speak, y'all. All box door cars, you should be in the staging lanes for Pro 1 Round 1. Brandon Sneed, left side of the racetrack in the Cavalier, dials in at 605, right side. The Chevy 2 dials in at 535. Win light going to go to the Chevy 2, 15 green, 536 and a 535. Good enough as Brandon Sneed was 54 green. 606 on a 605, not going to work. Billy Simpson and Jeremy Heffler up now. Heffler on the right in the Bronco 2, 584 the dial in, and Billy Simpson. The wagon out of Kennedale, left side of the equation, dials in at 703. Winlight Heffler 003 and 19 thou above. Good enough for 28 thou worth of finish line. Simpson 22 up front. And 705 on a 703 behind either way you look at it. Trip West left side. Going to square off against James Day. West, Walters, Oklahoma, where he calls home. 609 the dial in on his Camaro. And James Day, the Pasadena contestant in the Vega, dials in at 620. 14 thou the difference. Advantage on this end goes James Day's way, and the Winlight will go James Day's way as well. 20 green and 7 thou under the dial in is lesser worser than Trip West. 34 and 17 thou under the dial in. John Yates and Cody Adcock's up now. Cody right side of the racetrack in the Cutlass, 644 his dial in, and John Yates, the Dream Ride Camaro, dials in at 501. Red light start, Adcock by 14 thou. John moves on. He's 003 red, but it doesn't matter. 501, dead 6. 139 the speed. Cody was 14 red and 647 on a 644. John was probably going to be pretty tough either way if they both stay green. Your next pair, left side dials in at 598, right side, that's Debbie Palmer. In the Duster, she dials in at 652. Debbie didn't ever look back. Winlight left side, 45 green and 597.3 on a 598. Debbie was 12 up front, but 38 thou worth of finish line leaves her 13 thousandths of a second under the dial in. So that no worky. Next up, Michael Rudd and Cliff Lovelace. Lovelace right side, 587. Rudd left side for Rudd Racing Engines. In the Camaro, dials in at 544. And those of you watching on the live feed, I absolutely love how Michael Rudd's Camaro leaves the starting line. It just looks mean. He's red, though. 006 red for Michael. Lovelace will advance 11 green and 586.5 on a 587. It's good enough. Rudd 006 red and dead 4, plus some additional 4s on the end of it. Oh, what could have been? Jason Ram and Chad Hankins on the starting line. Jason left side, dials 553 on the motorcycle, and Chad Hankins right side, dials in at 534. Win line on this one is going to go Jason's way as Hankins kicks her red by 2 south. Jason 28 green and 556 on a 553. We're all going to tell ourselves that he clicked it off early because he didn't want to show his cards. And, well, it's not a lie if you believe it. John Helfrich and Brian Hughes up next. John left side will dial in at 573. Brian Hughes right side will dial in at 611. Brian's got 7 thou in his pocket and will make it work for him. 011 green. And 4 thou under the dial in. Good enough. Got there first by 2 thou. John was 18 green. 572.2 on a 573. He's 8 thou under the dial in. And 8 is a bigger number than 4, so there you go. Next up, left side, dials in 586. Right side, that's Chuck Weir in the wagon, dials in at 644. Green light, Chuck Weir, 14 green, 655 and a 644. Don't see a whole lot of that. Left side, 032 green and 610 on a 586 is obviously had some problems, and Chuck said, well, I don't got to run all that way now. It's good enough. Your next pair, left side, dials in at 550. In the Camaro, right side, Rob Taylor in the Chevy 2, he dials in at 538. Red light, Taylor by 8 thou. Left lane will advance, 13 green and dead 5. To be 18 total and move on. That'll bring up Lewis Cleveland and Michael Matthews. Matthews on the motorcycle, he dials in at 525. Cleveland in the truck, he dials in at 637. Off goes Lewis. Here comes Michael. Mike is red. Lewis moves on, 003 green and a Hund under. To move on, Matthews 36 red, dead 6. That would have been a really good pair, you know. Wayne Pratt and Kevin Martin. Up next, Kevin right side dials in 616 in the Roadster. Wayne left side in the Camaro dials in at 6 flat. Win light says Kevin Martin, 002 green, 615, 5 on a 616. He's 5 thou under. Wayne 24 green. Follows Kevin through to be 13 thou under the dial in. Absolute final call, box door cars. If you are not in the lanes, you are late, y'all. Final call. Box door cars for Pro 1 Round 1. You should be in the lanes at this time. Walt Zernt and Ronnie Crow are on the starting line. Walt left side in the vet dials in at 607. Ronnie right side, the Camaro dials in at 588. $5,000 separated, and one of them is perfect. When light says, oh. Walt is going to turn it around for him. 005 green, 609 and a 607. Gets their verse by 3 thou. Ronnie was trip, zip, perfect on this end. But 591 and a 588 leave him 3 thousandths of a second outside of the conversation. 112 miles an hour, 591 maybe, but either way, Walt moves on. It's J.R. Wallace and Daryl Goza approach the pre-stage beams. Wallace left side in the Vega, dials in at 614. Goza right side in the Camaro, dials in at 513. Once again, absolute final call for box door cars. You should already be there. If you're not already there, you're going to want to get there. Final call, box door cars to the staging lanes. Advantage on this end goes to Daryl Goza, and the win light will not. Wallace 19 green, 613, 9 on a 614. Goza 004 green, 512, 8 on a 513. So, by 1 thou of double breakout, Wallace moves on. Goza got there first by 14 thou. Had to squeeze that up another thou or so to make the little arrows at the bottom of the time slip point the opposite direction, but he didn't. Wallace moves on. Maurice Pipkins Jr. and Jacob Pitt. Maurice left side in the Camaro, dials in 514. Jacob right side in the Dodge truck. Issa Dakota dials in at 565. Off goes Jacob. Here comes Maurice. 7 thou separate him. Wind light says Pipkins 22 green and 17 thou above the dial in. 5:15.7 on a 5:14. Jacob was 29 on this end. But 19 thou worth of finish margin leaves him a hund under the dial in, so he would have had to take 9 thou to turn that around. Maurice moves on. Once again, y'all, please ensure that your car number and your dial-in are clear, legible, readable, and on the correct side of your race car. The correct side would be the left side. Well, when in doubt, make the L with your hand, and L is left. No? Maybe. Either way. Heath Phillips left side dials in at 5:59. Right side. Not yet on file. Dials in 5:97. Light Heath Phillips 27 green, 5:59, dead on 8. Gets there first by 15 thou. Right side 54 green and 3 thou under. JJ Endicott and James Cooks are up now. JJ left side. The Crum, Texas based Vega dials in at 5:66, and James Cooks from just down the road in Denton. Well, from Crum, that is. 5:38, his dial in. A split of 3 hun, and advantage goes to JJ, but he is going to get a little greedy. Win like James Cooks, 50 green, 5:38, dead 5, gets handed the finish line back by 9 thousandths of a second. JJ was 20 up front. 570 on a 566, 111 the speed. I do believe that was not the intended result. Left side, your next pair will dial in 579. Right side, that's Dave Stidham. The Killeen, Texas-based Vega wagon dials in at 617. Win like Dave Stidham. As the left side did just really not want to stage properly. I looked down for a second. When I looked back up, Dave's wind light's on, and watching it on the Motormania replay, it would seem that the left side did not get in the 7-second burn down window. And we've just confirmed that's exactly what happened. Dave Stidham, your winner, 617, dead 7. And remember, everybody, the burn down in all categories is set at 7 seconds this weekend. Don't let this happen to you. Dalton Loomis and Brad Roberts up next. Dalton left side dials in at 629. Right side, Brad Roberts dials in at 566. light's going to go to Brad Roberts as Dalton is 006 on the wrong side. Roberts 001 green and 567 on a 566 dial in. 15 thousandths worth of finish line. Doesn't really matter. Dalton 006 red and 632 and a 629. Kenny White and Chris Spitali. Up next, Kenny left side. Dials in at 620. Chris right side. Dials in at 564. Win like Kenny White, 622 on a 620. 33 on this end, good enough to get 14 thou worth of finish line. Chris was 57 on this end and 565.2 on a 564. He's still ineligible. Vince Hernandez and Chris Edson up next. Vince left side dials in at 659. Chris right side dials in at 628. One line's going to go to Hernandez. He's 18 green. Edson 12 red. So Hernandez moves on, 18 green and 6 thou under. As we are going to take a moment here and address some concerns, some administrative duties, if you will. We are in Pro 1 Round 1 on Pro 1 Friday. Our Gamblers warm-up race here at the Rudd Racing Engines 6-Shooter Showdown, presented by Mr. Wendell's Motorsports. Once again, a huge thank you to everyone who helps make this possible. Of course, all 497 people currently watching on Motor Mania, and it just reached 500. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, share. Everyone here, your family, your friends, your acquaintances, probably not your bosses. Be sure and tell them tune in on Motor Mania and see all the action all weekend long. It's the next best thing to being here. Tomorrow, kind of main event Saturday, if you will, compressed air supercharging, the sponsor of the day. Of course, $10,000 going to be up for grabs tomorrow in our best deal services box category. $5,000 in our Texas Trailer Man no box side. And then our box and no box shootouts brought to you by Compressed Air Supercharging tomorrow night. We will be awarding $20,000 off the top and $5,000 off the bottom. Our Casey Clean second chance race as well going to take place. We'll cap it all off with Lone Star Sign and Design Sunday. We'll have $5,000 up for grabs in Best Deal Services box, $2,500 in Texas Trailer Man no box. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We are currently in the Pro 1 Friday Gamblers warm-up. Of course, competitive suspension coming on board for what we like to call the most expensive cookie money can buy. A free cookie with every buyback, and you don't get that just anywhere, but here at Hamlin Motorsports, we care. Of course, our main event winner tomorrow night will have the cowboy hats, courtesy of 00 Show. Scotty's Racing Transmissions coming on board, the $150 Hard Luck Award, as well as the $100 Bounty Award. Josh Reynolds, the Paint Shack, with our Best Appearing Car Award. RLR Diesel, the $500 Long Haul Award. And as we continue to get our tech cards entered, we'll kind of get a better idea of how that's looking.
The Going Bracket Racing YouTube channel is your place for news, interviews, tutorials, and commentary on the latest happenings in the bracket racing community. Get your fill and let your voice be heard on the Going Bracket Racing live stream every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you never miss a Going Bracket Racing live stream. Find us on YouTube and Facebook at Going Bracket Racing. We will see you there.
I would expect nothing less.
At Oasis, we strive to create fully custom outdoor living spaces. Get the full visual effect with a 3D rendered design to help you understand our ideas for your property. We use rendered plans and 3D modeling to communicate the design intent visually and spatially. We can design for anyone in the United States. Use promo code 6shooter when you reach out to us for a design at a flat cost of $2,000. Check out our website at liveoasis.com.
Motorcycle wins in Saturday or Sunday. Then, of course, Precision Race Fuels, Sunoco, Accelerated Graphics and Signs, Boninfante, Balls Out Racing, Burrow Motorsports, Pro Torque, Wild Willie Fuel Fragrance, DragChamp.com, Going Bracket Racing, and May Race Carbs. A huge thank you to all of you, and for those of you that were not in attendance last night for our Syntex Printing Practice Tree Race, it was definitely a heck of a time. And a few kinks. The wind was something. When the wind is affecting a practice tree race, you know that's something fierce. But nevertheless, a whole lot of fun left in store for us here this weekend. For those of you texting me, I don't know what kind of cookie competitive suspension has gotten on board with, but I'm sure they're delicious. It's one expensive cookie, I know that. Says it right on the flyer. So we'll handle a few things up here on the racetrack, and we'll be back with you momentarily as we continue Pro 1 Round 1 here on Pro 1 Friday. All of our box door cars have been called and should be in the staging lanes at this time. Speaking of one expensive cookie and other buyback related activities, if you are not sure where to buy back, a great place to start will be where you got your tech card in the first place. Buybacks are at registration. Registration is located in the trailer right next to the staging lanes. So if you need to buy back, that will be done at registration, where everything else has been taken care of this weekend. Buybacks at registration, and they are not only available, they are highly encouraged. Things did not go your way in Pro 1 Round 1. It is never too late to try again. Of course, following Pro 1 Round 1, we will have our competitive suspension re-entry round to see who can get back in. And yeah, box door cars are in the staging lanes, and we will be right back with you very shortly. Once again, like I was saying a minute ago, we will have our competitive suspension buyback round today, just as we will all weekend. If first round did not go your way, head on back to registration. Get your buyback procured. And then we will run a re-entry round of our buybacks, and the winners of that will go back into round number 2. So there will be a buyback round following the completion of first round before we get on to anything else today. So while we finish up a few things on our end up here, like I mentioned a while ago, we will have a re-entry round brought to you by Competitive Suspension. If you do not turn on your win light first round, all is not lost yet. The re-entries will run separately, so that being said, if your scoreboard does light up in round number 1, you will have a little bit of a break, as we will run the re-entry round before we get into the Wild Willie Fuel Fragrance round number 2. Of course, it is Pro 1 Racing and Safety Products Friday here. The Rudd Racing Engine 6-shooter showdown. Presented by Mr. Wendell's Motorsports. Pro 1 Safety specializes in manufacturing high-caliber racing seatbelts at their facility in Fort Worth, Texas. Since their products are built by world champion racers for racers, their commitment to quality is second to none. Pro 1 Safety is your source for seatbelts, engine diapers, racing gloves, fire suits, and more. Protect yourself and your equipment by upgrading to Pro 1. And call 855-438-7761 today or visit pro1safety.com. That's pro, the number 1, safety.com. So we'll be down for just a minute longer as had to go do a little effort on the top end and assist in the retrieval of a race car. All of our box door cars have been called to the lanes, and as far as I know, y'all are all back there anxiously awaiting your time. Of course, if you've already run first round and all of your entries and you lit up the berries and cherries on the top of your scoreboard, then, well, you got a minute to hang out for a bit, because we will have our competitive suspension re-entry round immediately following Pro 1 first round. And those of you that did not light up said light bulbs, well, head on over to registration. Get your buyback situated. A mere $40 will get you the chance to go through our re-entry round and try to get back into this thing. I'll be on Motor Mania. Bear with us. Like I said, just got to handle this real quick and we back at you. But while you're here, go ahead and smash that like button, subscribe, share, everything else involved with that. But Pro 1 Round 1 is underway. Our competitive suspension buybacks will take place at the registration trailer where you got everything else to run this weekend. Buybacks are at the registration trailer. course, this evening after the conclusion of our Pro 1 Gamblers warm-up, we will have our Friday night Chicks on Slicks Ladies Street Shootout. What was originally $250 to win is now $1,000 to win. Huge thanks to Oasis Landscape Group, Brian McLean, Dylan Bontrager, and Bontrager Racing Solutions for coming on board and helping out with that and raising the payout. Runner-up, $200 courtesy of Brian McLean. And semis, $150. Thanks to Bill Boone and Texas Trailer Man. Round 1 best losing package in the Ladies Street Shootout will receive $100 and a decal. Of course, the Ladies Street Shootout, we are racing in memory of Mindy Burrow. Huge thanks to the Burrow family for partnering with us. It's our honor to partner with them to honor Mindy's memory, as Powder Puff Racing was how she got in to this great sport. Also, in the Ladies Street Shootout, Jake Hodge is putting up $20 for the best reaction time each round. And you know anything about a streetcar race, well, best reaction time can be quite diverse in that. It's going to be a lot of fun. Can't wait. As we finish tidying ourselves up here. You know, last year, the sunburn was Jake Hodge's #1 concern, and this year I think it's going to be more of a wind burn problem. And they don't make an SPF strong enough for that, Jake. Just grin and walk away. So we've got everything situated on our end. We are firing cars back up under the suites, and if any of y'all wandered away from your vehicles, now would be a lovely time to get back to them and get suited back up, ready to go. We are about to pull our next pair of box door cars through the water box. And that being said, this is your final call for Box Door Cars Pro 1 Round 1 here on Pro 1 Friday. Final call, Box Door Cars. If you're not here, you definitely should be, as we are continuing on with round number 1. As we are back underway with round number 1, your next pair, Jordan Heffler. The Pro 1 Chevy Twice, left side of the equation, dials in at 606, right side. The not yet on file, third gen Camaro, dials in at 539. Green lights a pair. One of them is a whole heck of a lot greener than the other. Wind light Heffler, 25 green, dead 4. Gets there first by the length of a Costco, but doesn't matter. Right lane was dead late, 542 on a 539. Your next pair. Not on file, but I believe that is Gary Risk, left side, 496, the dial in, and Robert Smoots. Right side of the racetrack, the Forney Texas base Chevrolet Camaro, 539. His estimated time of arrival. Way, and the wind light as well, 10 green. 33 foul worth of finish line gets him 497 on a 496. Robert was 79 on the Christmas tree. Behind, either way you look at it, and 536 on a 539, not gonna work. Bruce White and Jared Wilson up next. J-Rod in the Roadster, right side of the racetrack, dials in 494. And Bruce White. Stafford, Texas, where he calls home, the Pontiac T1000, dials in 619. Off goes Bruce, here comes Jared. Wind light says Wilson. 10 green, 497.5 on a 494, gets there first by 82 thousandths of a second. Bruce was 38 on this end, 627 on a 619. I believe Bruce resorted to plan number Z and frequently, Plan Z doesn't work. Morgan Wallace and Randy Tanksley up next. Handy Randy right side, Mesquite, Texas, 699 his dial in. Morgan Wallace left side in the S dime, dials in at 655. Red light start, Morgan Wallace by 5 thou. Randy moves on, 41 green, and 703 on a 699. No, Guy Brown, we are not using True Start this weekend. Couple of not on files up next. Left side, the Chevrolet 563, the number. Right side, the Roadster, dials in 579. $10,000 difference. One of them's perfect. Win light right side. Trip zip perfect green. 581 on a 579. Gets there first by 12 thou. Left side was 10 green and there was nothing they could do. 565 on a 563. To earn a ticket to registration to seek buybacks. Your next pair, George Atchison and Terry Stewart. George left side. Out of Sherman, Texas, 592 George's dial in. Terry right side in the Chevelle. Terry out of Midlothian, he will dial in at 638. Terry's way in the win light as well. 004 green, 639.6 on a 638. George was 30 up front, 595 on a 592. Hey, attention in the pits. I need my double entered Dragsters to lanes 3 and 4, please. Double entered Dragsters for Pro 1 round 1. We will happily accommodate you in lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Double entered Dragsters to lanes 3 and 4, please. And also, some housekeeping tips for y'all back there. We need the golf carts out of the staging lanes, guys. We got more cars coming around and a whole lot of racing to do today. So please, please, please abstain from parking your golf carts in the staging lane. Kevin Little and Jason Strasek on the racetrack. Kevin's going to move on. 19 green. 3 thou into the dial in. Jason was 004 red on this end. 581 on a 580. As Dwayne Maggie and Justin Endicott will square off. Dwayne left side on the Suzuki. Out of Alvarado, 618 his dial in, and Justin Endicott. Fort Worth, Texas, the home of his Chevrolet Bel Air, 597. His dial in, and away we go. Advantage this end goes Justin, win light Justin. 13 up front, 602 on a 597. 0.03 of a second worth of finish line. To light up the Elder scoreboard, Dwayne was 54 on this end. And that simply will not work. Steve Tate, Charlie Golf up next. Steve left side. Couple of the trucks going to battle it out. The GMC versus the Chevrolet version. Steve's 005 red. Charlie is going to move on. He's 12 green. He dials 666 and goes 666 dead 7. I always love watching the chat bleachers on these kind of things and seeing where everyone's tuning in from. Dreamwork Dave, greetings from Ireland. Well, howdy from North Texas. Dreamwork Drive. Meanwhile, on the racetrack will be Ian Dunaway and Maddie Evilsizer. Ian on the left. 602 the dial in. Maddie on the right. 702 her dial in. So exactly 1,000, 1 second, 1 Mississippi, whatever you want to call it, of a head start, going to go Maddie's way. Maddie already finds the stage beam. Ian, blinkety blink, he's in. Green lights appear. 33 thou. Separate them on this end. Win light Ian Dunaway. 22 green, 607 on a 602. Gets there first by 35 thousandths of a second. Maddie was 55 up front and didn't really have anywhere to go with it. As I believe this is Donnie Evilsizer on the left. He was one pair away from winning his daughter first round. 614 his dial in. Right side also not on file. Dials in at 579. Five star right side by 8 thou. Donnie will advance 19 green and 12 thou above his dial in. Your next pair, Mallory Bontrager v. Bobo Marshall. Bobo, right side of the racetrack, the El Camino, 634, the number on his dial-in board. And Mallory Bontrager, the Phil's Trailer Sales side of the racetrack in the Malibu. She dials in at 589. Mallory's car is also a very fun car to watch leave the starting line. A proper G-body should always attempt to trip the 60-foot with the back wheels. I'm just saying. It's true. Bobo's in. Mallory's in. Clean and green on this end. Advantage Bobo. Win like Bobo. 14 up front. 635.5 on a 634. Gets there first by a mere 2 thousandths of a second. Mallory was 35 up front. 2 thou behind at the finish line to be 5 thou under. Brian McLean and Julie Desbon up next. Julie right side in the S dime 640 her dial in, and Brian McLean, the Gun Barrel Texas based Chevrolet Camaro 665 his dial in. Advantage goes Julie's way in the win lot as well. 004 green and 48 thou above. Good enough to get there first by 15 thou. Brian, 50 green, 666 on a 665. No good. As Julie will move on. John Blankenship.
You don't have anybody. I've got the girl that was down in the
And not who it says it is on the screen right side. Right side dials in 582. Blankenship. Left side of the racetrack dials in 534. Separate them, win light. Blankenship 005 green dead 4. How about 9 total to light up the scoreboard? Right side, 003 green. Gets there first by 11 thou to be 5 thou under the dial in. As Rob Taylor and Tim Guthrie complete their burnouts. Rob will dial in 539 on the left. Tim will dial in 621 on the right. Win like Guthrie, 010 green and 622 on a 621. Rob was 17 up front. And 538 on a 539, taking 11 thou. On the racetrack is not going to get it done. Left side, your winner, 018 green, dead 3. Get there first by 10 thou. Brent was 005 on this end. But 554 and a 552 ends his chance. Casey Ball and Jesse Williams on the racetrack. Casey is going to get the win here as Jesse times out. Casey, your winner, 006 green, 624 and a 625. J-Dub used a wee bit more than the 7 seconds worth of burn down we graciously give y'all. And that, no working. As Roger Ball, your next motorcycle, left side of the racetrack, 598, right side. I think that is Rodney Parks. Maybe, possibly, 625 the dial in. Double Lloyd on this end and dead 2 on that end. Right side 003 red, but left first, 627 on a 625. Trip West, Ty Farmer. Up next as we migrate into our dragsters. Speaking of dragsters, attention in the pits. I will take all of my dragsters to the lanes at this time. All dragsters, singles and doubles, you have been called. And it would be ever so lovely if you would make your way to the stage lanes at this time. All dragsters for round number 1. To the staging lanes, please. Trip West, left side, dial 607. Ty Farmer, right side. Dials 472. Away goes Trip. Here comes Ty. Ty's red. Trip's going to move on. 001 green, 607 dead 5 for a 6-pack. Farmer was 10 red, but 472.9. He could have been perfect on that and wouldn't have got there. If it makes you feel any better. Brandon Justice. And that's Shane Epper-Jesse's car. Not sure if he's driving or not, but we'll call it the Epper-Jesse ride. 444 his dial in right side of the racetrack. Brandon Justice left side dials 490. Once again, I need all Dragsters for round number 1 of the staging lanes, please. All Dragsters. You have been called to the staging lanes. All Dragsters for Pro 1 round 1. We need you, and we need you now. Epper Jesse's in. Justice is in. Ready, set, go get him, y'all. Green lights appear. Advantage on this end goes Epper Jesse's way, but the win light will blink for Brandon Justice. 22 green, 15 thou above the dial in. Epper Jesse, 003 on this end, 443.9 on that end. He's under by 1 thou. Got there first by 35 thou. Had to shake the scoop to 34 thou or less to make it work for him, and he did not. Jason McFarland and Talon Farmer up next. Jason left side, 5 flat, the number on his Dragster. Talon right side, 471, the number on his Dragster. Winlight, Talon Farmer. 007 James Bond up front, 471, dead 6. 13 total, gets there first by 17 thousandths of a second. McFarland, 22 green and mathematically ineligible. Kenneth Hillen and Kenny Probst up next. Kenny P right side, the Bonham, Texas-based TNT ride. 480 the dial in. Kenneth Hillen left side. We'll dial in at 486. Advantage Probst, win light, Kenny P. 15 green, 481.1. 11 thou above the dial in. 22 thou worth of finish line stripe. Hill and 22 up front, 488 on a 486. Rick Huffman up next, left side. We'll dial in at 469, right side, not on file. Dials in 498. Once again, in the pits, all Dragsters have been called for round number 1. All Dragsters. This is your final call for round number 1. All Dragsters, final call. Pro 1 round 1. To the lanes, please. Clean and green on this end. Advantage right side, wind light right side. 16 green, 499.8. 18 thou above the dial in. Gets there first by 5 thou. Rick Huffman, 22 green and 470 on a 469. JJ Cook will square off next against Mike Labatt. Labatt right side. Albuquerque, New Mexico, where he calls home. 527 his dial in. JJ left side. Out of Wichita, dials in 485. And Mike, in the words of the great Bugs Bunny, did in fact hang a left at Albuquerque and made it here, and we are so glad. He's going to be less glad about that. He's 5 thou red. JJ is going to advance 485.3 on a 485, dead 3. JJ was technically red by 1/10,000th of a second, but it's not going to matter this time. As Labatt lets go 5 thou too early and then runs 4 thou under the dial in. Danny Ray Martinez and Anthony Rios up next. D. Ray left side. The Manville, Texas based undercover ride, 498. The number on his dial in board, and Anthony Rios. Mercedes, Texas, where Anthony calls home, 476 his dial in. shaking the scoop, but shook it one too many times. Anthony Rios will move on. He's dirty 30 up front. 477 on a 476. D-Ray was 009 on this end. But by 0.004 of a second, he gives the strike back. Anthony will move on. D-Ray will hit the buyback window, or desk, or table, as it is. Kevin Thorpe and Michelle Powers. Your next pair, Michelle right side. 466 her dial in. Kevin left side will dial in at 458. Winlight Michelle, 28 green, 467 on a 466. Kevin forgot to let go. When your reaction time is a bigger number than your mile an hour, it is probably not going to end in a desirable result. He goes 458, dead 8, but going to have to make a trip to the registration trailer either way. Michelle moves on as Mark Powers is up next in the right lane. Mark dials in at 449, left side, not yet on file. 446 to dial in. We promise y'all, we are working diligently to get all of these tech cards entered and in our database to get rolling this weekend. But you know, the first day and etc. These things happen. Left side, let go on nothing and goes way red. Mark Powers, your winner, 23 green, 449, dead 4 at 154. Cody Moore and Lucas Pearson up next. Lucas right side. 461 the dial in, and Cody Moore, Bigsby, Oklahoma. The Hodge Auto Group ride dials in at 452. Step brand advantage. Cody Moore, win like Cody Moore. 008 green, 453. Plus 8 little ones on a 452. Lucas 020 on this end. Gets there first by 7 thou to be under by 2 thou. Justin Risk and Neil Upchurch will be your next pair. Justin left side, Waxahachie, Texas, 480 the dial in. Neil Upchurch right side dials in at 518. Red light Upchurch, 12 green, 525 on a 518, and still managed to get there by nearly 1/10 of a second. Justin was 483 on a 480. I will let y'all handle the math from there. Tanner Thorpe and Clint White will roll up next. Attention in the pits. I will take my by-run motorcycle to the staging lanes at this time, please. My wait and see by-run motorcycle, I will take you to the staging lanes at this time, please. So Tanner Thorpe and Clint White on the racetrack now. Clint on the right side of the equation in the Candy Beth Glasgow Rent-A-Ride. 465 his dial in. Tanner Thorpe left side. The West Texas contestant out of Midland will dial in at 459. on this one. This one ought to be good. Win like Clint White. 13 green and 3 thou under the dial and is the lesser of the two evils here. Tanner Thorpe was 18 green. Gets there by a thou to be 9 thou under the dial and had to put it in park to fix that situation. Clint moves on, and I fully expect to get a Candy Beth text message here in a second with her seal of approval. Nick Smith, left side. The Cow Crusher himself will dial in at 452. Right side, not on file. Will dial in at 481. So Nick left and Jacob McNeil right. Nick's in, Jacob's in. Ready, set, go, get 'em boys. Red light start, Jacob McNeil by 2 thou, and do not show him the time slip. Win light Nick Smith, he's 49 green and 449 on a 452. Jacob McNeil let go 2 thou too soon and goes 483 on a 481. Kristen Baker and Blaine Parks on the racetrack now. Kristen left side out of Fort Worth dials in at 508. Blaine right side out of Venus, Texas that is, 493 his dial in. Once again, absolute last and final call. Dragsters. For Pro 1 round 1 to the staging lanes. Absolutely last and final call. All Dragsters. For Pro 1 round 1 to the staging lanes, please. Tove Marshall and Josh Burrow up next. Toe Baby left side of the racetrack dials in at 490. Josh right side dials in at 485. So Tove will get 500 of a jump before Josh turns her loose. Way, and the win light will shine as well. 11 green, double breakout drag race. Josh 483 on a 485. He's 15 thou under. Tove 33 green. 13 thou worth of finish line, but 0.05 of a second underneath the dial in. As Andy Reinfort and Casey Holtzman come up. Casey right side, Crowley, Texas, 487 the dial in. Andy left side, Burleson, Texas, dials in at 475. Winlight Andy Reinfort, 005 green and a 10th above is good enough. As Holtzman was 24 green but has problems midway through the race course, 514 on a 487. Not sure what happened, but hopefully he can get that squared away and come take another shot at it in the competitive suspension re-entry round. Your next pair left side not on file, 503. Right side, Dale Burrow. Dale will dial in at 479. Oh my. Win my left side, 46 green, 504 and a 503. Burrow was 007 on this end. But I heard a couple of rips and then the engine fell silent and left side gets there first by 0, 0, 0, 1. So by 1/10 thou, Dale gives it back. Left side advances. Next pair, or single that is, Cliff Loveless, he will get a competition single here as his opponent was unable to achieve ignition under the suites. Very tough break there. Cliff negative 011 up front, 453 on a 454. So tough break for Kaylee Phillips there. Hopefully they can get that ironed out and come give it a shot in the re-entry round coming up here in a little bit. Meanwhile, Don Baker and Jared Wilson are on the racetrack completing the burnout procedures. Baker will line up on the left in the motor on a stick. He will dial in at 498. J-Rod will line up in the Roadster in the right lane. He will dial in at 494. So Baker and Wilson pre-stage bulbs are lit. Baker's in. Jared's in. Red light start. Jared Wilson by 11th out. Don Baker moves on. 008 green and 5010 on the 498 dial-in. Jared 011 red, 491 on a 494. No good. Mike Crater and Rodney Parks up next. Rodney, right side of the racetrack, dials in at 489. Iron Mike, left side. The Bedford, Texas headquartered Self Motorsports ride dials in at 436. One thing's for certain, Mike Crater loves to go fast. Remember racing with a bunch of these guys out here for many years now, back at the in the North Star Dragway days in Denton, and it seems like every time you turn around, Mike's dialed at least 500th of a second quicker than he was last time. He's red here though. My 11th out, win light Rodney Parks, 003 green, 487 on a 489. Crater, 11 red and 435 on a 436. half of that was pretty good. The other half, not so good. Bryce Self and Jolie Winger up next. Winger right side, the Odessa, Texas contestant, dials in at 5 flat. Bryce Self in, you guessed it, the Self Motorsports ride. 435 his dial in. Well, that ain't good. Wind light, Bryce Self. 24 green, 449, a 435, coasting through. Gets there first by 2 thou, so that's kind of cool. Jolie was not 024 green. And 488 on a 5 flat. Wow. Well, there's that. Justin Frost and Devin Coslow up now. Justin left side will dial in at 455. Devin right side will dial in at 465. So Devin will get a 1/10 of a second of a nod. Before Justin takes off. Justin Frost, 002 green, 453 on a 455. Devin, 008 red, and 467 on a 465. Mike Badeau and Kenny Llewellyn. Kenny right side, dials in at 649. Bad slow Badeau left side, dials in at 706. Win light Mike Badeau, 12 green, 708 on the 706. Kenny was 048 on this end and 7.5 hund above the dial in. Jimmy Winger and Owen Duffield up next. Duffield right side. The Syntex Printing. Entry dials in at 491. Jimmy Winger left side. Out of Odessa, dials in at 467. Owen. Win light Winger, 001 green. 55 thou where the finish line puts him 27 thou above the dial in. Owen was late and dead 3. Next pair, left side dials in 463, right side dials in 506. Right side, winning light right side, 002 green. 5053 on a 506, left side, 11 up front. And 18 thou under, no chance. Next pair, Jackie Jones, left side, 483 the dial in. Right side, Billy Doucette dials in at 490. Winlight Jones, 001, 485 on a 483. Billy was 022 on this end. And 0.08 of a second under the dial on that end. Bob Kosky and Nathan Martin up next. Nate Dogg, right side, dials in at 454.
Thank you.
Kosky, left side, dials in at 503. Like Kosky, 25 up front, double breakout drag race, 5015 is 15 thou under. Nate Dogg, 14 up front, 18 thou worth of finish line, and he is 22 thou under. Rick Huffman and Dave Mazier up now. Huffman, left side of the equation, Waxahachie, Texas, 469, his dial in, and Dave Mazier. Escondido, California, where Dave calls home. Mazier Enterprises ride, dials in at 491. Headlights start, Rick Huffman. Mazier will move on, 17 green and 2 thou under the dial in. Left side not on file, dials 472. Right side, Jimmy Nobles. Nobles dials in at 472 as well. So they will leave together. Kind of, sort of, heads up drag race. Just with a couple of caveats in there. Ought to be good. 3 thou, separating them up front. Win light left side. 006 green. 471 8. 2 thou under the dial in, gets the win light. Nobles 009 green. Gets there by a thou to be 7 thou under. Had to get behind to light up the scoreboard. And did not. Roger Liggett up next. Left side, dials 481. Right side, dials in at 499. Goes Rogers' way, but he will not convert into a win light. Right side, your winner, 16 green, dead 2. Gets there first by 9 thousandths. Liggett was 008 on this end, but 200 above the dial in. Leaves him out of the conversation at the finish line. Next pair, not yet on file. Left side, dials in at 446. Right side, Danny Ray Martinez. He dials in at 481. A tension in the pits. This is your absolute final call for round number 1. If you have not been down the racetrack in Pro 1 round 1, you should be in or en route to the staging lanes at this time. Final call. All cars have been called for round number 1. Green light the pair on this end. When light says left side. 003 green. dead 2, 5 total. Gets there first by 3 thou. Danny Ray was 12 up front and wasting race fuel. Goes 480 on a 481 trying to get there, but it simply was not to be. Kenneth Hillen and Ty Farmer up next. Hillen left side, dials in at 488. Farmer right side, dials in at 474. Has problems. Ty coasts through for a win light 12 green, 496 on a 474 Hillen's car. It left, he was 27, and then it stopped and then left again, and it just wasn't good. Almost if the trans brake tried to re-engage there or something, and that's definitely a bad time. Either way, Farmer moves on. Once again, all cars have been called for round number 1. All cars have been called to the staging lanes for Pro 1 round 1. If you have not yet made your first round appearance today, you should definitely be in the staging lanes at this time. Final call, all cars for Pro 1 round 1. Brandon Justice and Kenny Probst are on the racetrack. 491 the dial in for Justice, 480 the dial in for Probst. Attention in the pits, I will take my no box competitive suspension re-entry round to the staging lanes at this time, please. No box re-entry round. If you lost first round and bought back, this is your time to shine. No box re-entry round. If you're double, please come to the front. No box competitive suspension re-entry round to the staging lanes, please. Brandon Justice, your winner there, 492 on a 491. He was 002 on this end and got there first by 7 thou. Probst 38 green and no chance, 478 under the 480 dial-in. Kendall Little and Clint White up now. Kendall left side dials in at 480. Clint right side dials in at 464. Kendall's way, but the win light will shine for Clint White. 30 green, 466 on a 464. Gets there first, and I'm pretty sure he got handed 2,000th worth of finish line. Kendall was 19 green, but 484 on a 480. A buck 36 the speed is not going to work. Clint moves on. Jason McFarland up next, left side, dials in 5 flat. Right side, not yet on file, dials in at 482. Attention in the pits while we're doing all these things today. Drivers, please, please, please keep your mile per hour, your speed down in the pit area. We got a lot of stuff going on out here, and the pit area can be a pretty dangerous place if not treated properly. Please, please, please be extra careful and drive slowly around the pit area. We don't want any mishaps happening out there. We've all seen what can happen, and we definitely don't want to encounter any of that this weekend. Right side was your winner there, 487 on a 482, 005 up front, and got there first by 23 thou. The next pair, left side, dials in at 475. Right side, that's Anthony Rios. He will dial in at 477. Once again, attention in the pits. No box for the competitive suspension re-entry round. You have been called to the lanes, please. No box re-entry round to the staging lanes. And if you lost first round, there is still time to swing by the registration trailer where you got all of your goodies to kick off your weekend and get your ticket to get into said competitive suspension re-entry round. It's not over yet. So come on back. Give her another go. Anthony Rios, your winner there, 31 up front and dead 4. At the finish line, got there first by 16 thou. Left side was 19 green and 32 thou above the dial-in. J.J. Cook and Mike Labat on the starting line now. Labat, right side of the equation, dials in at 527. J.J. left side will dial in at 485. Oh, the reaction times are the inverse of each other, but Labat's in trouble. Win light J.J. Cook, 14 green, 488 on a 485. Labat, 41 green. And 5 thou under the dial-in will not result in a win light here in Pro 1 Round 1. Also, as we're working through our housekeeping tips here, while you also need to watch your speed in the pit area, we also have some reports and some issues of the kiddos on the golf carts. We cannot have that this weekend. You must be 16 and licensed to operate a pit vehicle on this property this weekend. No kids on golf carts, please, y'all. Don't make me come down there. Justin Risk and Jordan Epperjesse on the racetrack. Epperjesse is going to move on. 008 green and 445 on a 444. Justin 11 red. And was holding 0.06 of a second. So yeah, once again, y'all, we cannot have the kiddos riding around the golf carts and pit vehicles and etc. This weekend. You must be 16 years of age and hold a valid driver's license to operate a pit vehicle this weekend. And if you knew me back in the day, you know how hard it is for me to make that announcement. But you got to understand, you got to work with us, and please help us out here this weekend. Cody Moore on the racetrack dials in at 452. Right side dials in at 518. Right side turns her 200th of a second red. Cody Moore moves on. 007 green and clips her off early to coast through at a 512. Kristen Baker and Talon Farmer up next. Kristen left side dials in at 509. Talon right side dials in at 471. Absolutely right. Bass Knuckler, you do not want that. Win like Kristen Baker, 005, dead 2 to be 7 total. And my oh my. Gets there first by a half a second. But I guess, you know, if it works, it works. Talon 24 green, but encounters problems. Goes 525 at 104. Yikes. Kevin Thorpe and Jacob McNeil on the racetrack. Kevin left side dials in at 459. McNeil right side of the equation. The bottom scoreboard on the elder side of the racetrack reads 4.83 seconds. It's definitely a little breezy here, Brandon Hodge. Just a wee bit. So Thorpe v. McNeil, they're both pre-staged. bumping ever so shortly. Thorpe flickers it a couple times. He's in. McNeil's got 7 seconds. He uses about 4 of them. Away we go. Red light start. Kevin Thorpe by 4:10 foul. Win light McNeil 008 green 482.7. He's 3 foul under the dial, and Kevin Thorpe trip zip 4 red and 459 dead 5. That would have been one heck of a drag race. Tanner Thorpe next up on the left. Adam Midland 457 his dial in right side. Dials in at 620. That's what I'm saying, Brandon. I mean, if you're confident, just send it. But I can safely say I've never been that confident about, like, anything. Ever. Right side's in, Tanner's in. Off we go. Red light start, Tanner Thorpe. Oh, boy. 002 red. Right side, your winner, 19 green and 43 foul under the dial in. Thorpe 002 red and 459 on the 457 dial in. Mike Crater and Nick Smith, your next two. Crater left side. We'll dial in at 436. Nick Smith right side will dial in at 450. Did anyone ever go loan Nick Smith a power washer this morning? I'm sure it's somewhere on the internet, and it's not nearly as bad as what they were having to cope with out in Vegas at the Fling last week, but it was definitely not never good to wake up to. Green lights appeared. Oh, Nick. Win light Crater 005 green 441 a 436. Gets there first by 3 foul. Nick forgot to let go of the button on the steering wheel. He's 51 green 451 and a 450 will not result in a win light. Has Dewana Boner. That's funny. The night moves Dragster Jackie Jones 523 the dial in. The name like that on the screen, that might be Bird. Whoever. Jesus. You got me. 523 right side. Kaylee Phillips dials in at 473. $11,000 split. Advantage Jones, win light Jones 20 green 524 on a 523. Gets there first by 8 thou. Kaylee 31 up front and 13 thou above the dial in. And your bye bike as it is will line up on the right side. 583 the number on the scoreboard. And this will conclude Pro 1 round 1 here on Pro 1 Friday. No box, the competitive re-entry round. Y'all have been called. No box re-entry round. You have been called and you should be in the staging lanes at this time. The bike's 006 red and 585 on a 583. So all no-box re-entry drivers should be in the staging lanes for the competitive suspension re-entry round at this time. All no-box re-entry guys, you have been called to the staging lanes. So our re-entry round rolls. Our first pair is not a pair. Vince Hernandez is going to get a competition single here as his opponent had problems at the front of the lanes after being paired. Very tough break there. Vince, 660, the number on the dial-in board. Well, maybe. Vince staged and tried to put on the trans brake, and it didn't want to go on the trans brake. So we're going to try this again. That's better. 001 red for Vince, but he will advance anyway. Top end 659.7 on the 660 dial in. Colby Renfro and Jason Leslie on the racetrack. Renfro's going to move on and Jason's going to be sick. Colby 101 green, 592 and a 588. Jason is red by 010 on the wrong side of the decimal. 7 flat on a 703 is his day is done, at least on that entry. Steve Morris and Joe Boner up next. Joe right side dials in at 571. Steve left side, the Gilmer, Texas base Chevy 2 dials in at 612. Nothing to write home about on this end, but they're both green. Wind light says Boner. 64 green, 572 and a 571. Morris was 77 on the Christmas tree. 613.5 on a 612 leaves him 8 thou short at the finish line as Daryl Patton and Kenny Tier will square off next. Patton, the mayor, Highlands, Texas, dials in at 626. Right side, Kenny Tier. Roanoke, Texas, in the Camaro, dials in at 645. Win light goes to Patton as Kenny Tears 001 red, Patton 64 green. 625 on a 626, Kenny Tier 001 red and 645 dead too. Ouch. Attention to the pits, double entry door cars. For our re-entry round, we will take you to the staging lanes at this time, please. Competitive suspension re-entry round, double entered top bulb door cars. We will take you to the staging lanes, please. Double entered top bulb door cars, re-entry round to the staging lanes. Bobby Knox and Sheila Day on the starting line. Bobby left side, dials in at 640 in the truck. Sheila right side. The Circle E ride dials in at 624. Lights a pair of Huns separate them up front. Advantage Sheila. Win light Sheila 62 green, 628 on a 624. Gets there first by 22.5 thou. Bobby Knox 72 up front. And 645 on a 640. Kevin Grotter and Jason Ram on the racetrack. Birthday baby boy right side, 555, the dial in on the motorcycle. Kevin left side, dials in at 754 once again. Top bulb box door cars. Double entry. Re-entry range. We will take you to the lanes, please. Double entered top bulb door cars. We will take you to the staging lanes for your re-entry round. Jason Ram, your winner, 20 green, 555, dead 8. Kevin Grotter was 001 red and 15 thou above the dial-in. Hey, box racers. It is not too late. If you have not yet been by registration, assuming that it did not say winner underneath your column on your time slip, or assuming you got a yellow time slip, I'm pretty sure that's how we operate here. If you did not win round number 1, it is not too late. Swing on by the registration trailer and for a near $40, you can get yourself into the competitive suspension re-entry round. The winners of this round will go directly into our Wild Willie Fuel Fragrance round number 2. So buybacks, we got them. You want them, you need them, maybe. So go get them. If you lost first round, swing on by registration and buy your way back into Pro 1 Friday. Mad Max McLaughlin left side. Right side, I believe that's Brian Hughes. Mad Max, your winner, 006 green, 714 and a 712. He's 24th thou above the dial and gets there first by 710 thou. Right side, 015 and 618 6 on a 617. Talk about close. Maxwell moves on. Tim Ray and Cody Adcox on the starting line. Coach, left side of the racetrack in the 4th gen, dials in at 635. Right side, Cody Adcox, the Cameron, Texas-based Cutlass, dials in at 644. Adcox turns the red by 001. Tim Ray, your winner, 48 green, 637.4 on the 635. Cody, a thou red and 43 thou above the dial. And once again, double entry. Top bulb door cars for your re-entry round. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Double entry, top bulb door cars for the competitive suspension re-entry round. We need you in the staging lanes at this time. That being said, I will take all of my re-entry round door cars, all door cars for the competitive suspension re-entry round. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Win line the last pair went to Terry Allen, 55 green, 535, dead 3. Dwayne Maggie was not 055, 621 and a 623, no chance. Chris Clausen and Brian Bishop on the racetrack right now. Clausen left side, the two-wheeled machine out of Brownwood, dials in at 568. Brian Bishop right side, dials in at 658. Once again, I need all top bulb re-entry door cars to the staging lanes, please. All top bulb competitive suspension re-entry door cars. We need you to the staging lanes. Green light's a pair advantage goes Chris's way, and the win light will as well. 28 green, 570 on a 568 gets there first by just over 1/100th of a second. Bishop 45 up front and 659 on a 658. It'll go down as a whole shot loss. And his day is done. Cody Leslie and Casey Ball. Ball right side of the racetrack on the motorcycle. Dials in at 624. Leslie left side. The Ford pickup truck dials in at 669. Cody turns her red by a bunch, 680 on a 669. Casey Ball, your winner. 138 on the Christmas tree and 623 on a 624. Your next pair of the motorcycle left side, dials 598. Right side, Cameron Fulford. In the door car, dials in at 615. What's up, birthday boy? Red light and good night, Cameron Fulfer by 7,000. Motorcycle moves on, 58 green and 598 dead 3. Justin Cervantes and Daryl Patton on the racetrack, and I don't know what kind of cooling system the mayor put in the Maverick, but it works, because I could swear he did not run that many pairs ago. I like it. We appreciate the help. Patton right side, dials in at 627. Cervantes left side, dials in at 6:55. Sixth out separated win light Patton 27 green and a hund above even. Gets there first by 13 thou. Cervantes 21 up front. But 3 hund above the dial in. Leaves Justin ineligible for victory. As we have what I believe is our last no box car. And they were offset, so he will square off against our first box door car in our merge pair. That being said, all of our box door cars have been called to the staging lanes for the competitive suspension re-entry round. All box door cars have been called to the lanes for your re-entry round. And I'm sure there's still someone out there that lost first round. Said, man, I think I'm done playing today. I think I'm just ready to hit the cooler, chill, indulge in, social time with my friends. And let me tell you why that's a bad idea. We are at the always beautiful Xtreme Raceway Park. It is Pro 1 Friday. It is $2,000 to win. All you have to do is swing by registration, add an additional $40 to your tab, and let's face it, you can't take it with you. So, you only live once. Get back in the re-entry round. And, all you got to do is make it through the competitive suspension re-entry round and through a few more rounds, and all of a sudden that tab you got doesn't look so bad. It actually looks in the green if, you make it far enough. Buybacks are still available at the registration trailer, and you definitely need to take advantage of that situation as we are rolling through our competitive suspension re-entry round as we speak. So your last remaining no box car for the round is Joe Boner. Your first box door car is Steve Tate, and they meet each other here. Tate will line up on the right side of the racetrack. He will dial in at 643. Boner will line up on the left side of the racetrack. He will dial in at 571. Clean and green advantage Steve Tate. Win light Joe Boner. 22 green and dead 5. Steve Tate was 001 on the Christmas tree, but 28 thou over the finish line leaves him 2 thou under the dial and had to close it up to 26 thou or less, and definitely did not. Joe Boner just punched his ticket back into competition today as our first pair of box door cars roll through the water. Brian McLean and Jesse Williams. McLean left side. The gun barrel Texas based Camaro, I really love saying that, dials in at 665. J-Dub right side. The other Camaro dials in at 597. Winlight McLean, 31 green, 667 on a 665. Jesse was way red. Goes 593 on a 597. Trip West, Rob Taylor up next. Quick Trip left side, dials in at 608 out of Walters, Oklahoma. Rob Taylor right side, dials in at 539. Once again, all door cars have been called for the re-entry round. All door cars for our competitive suspension re-entry round. You have been called and you should be in the lanes at this time. 3 foul, separate them up front. Winlight Trip West, 14 green. 11 foul above, gets there first by 13 foul. Rob Taylor, 17 green. 541 and a 539 is, I think Rob cut Trip loose there to hope for the best, and the best did not happen. Well, it did for Trip. Trip moves on. Rob's done on that entry. Wayne Pratt and Jason Skrasek. Jason right side. Richland, Texas, where he calls home, 581 the dial in. Wayne Pratt left side. We'll dial in at 598, and away we go. The advantage on this end goes Jason's way, but Wayne Pratt will light up the Phil's Trailer Sales scoreboard. 21 green, dead one. Skrasek, 002 green, but 21 thou worth of finish line leaves him 1 foul under. Michael Rudd and Chad Hankins on the starting line now. Rudd. The Rudd Racing Engines. Beautiful. Chevrolet Camaro dials in at 544. Hankins right side. Winsboro, Texas, the home of the Chevy 2. Dials in at 544. 10 foul. Separate them. Winlight Michael Rudd. Makes it work. 10 green. 545. 100 above even. Gets there first by 7 thou. Hankins was trip zip perfect on the Christmas tree, but goes 536. He's 27 thou above, and that is 8 thou too much to be above if you want to advance here. Your next pair, left side. The Vet dials in at 695. Right side, that's Robert Smoots, Forney, Texas, dials in at 537. Winlight Robert Smoots, 53 green, 545 on a 537, gets there by a bunch. His left side was, well, it started with a 1. Goes 711. Not, oh, thank heaven. On a 695. Your next pair, Brent Lancaster and Brandon Sneed. Lancaster, the Red Racing Engines Chevrolet Nova, dials in at 551. Brandon Sneed right side. In the Cavalier, dials in at 605. Attention in the pits. Final call door cars for your re-entry round. Final call competitive suspension door car re-entry round. You should all be here. If you're not here, you are late. Final call door car re-entry round to the lanes, please. Advantage on this end goes Lancaster's way. Winlight, Lancaster, 003. And 34 thou above. Gets Brent 8 thou worth of finish line. Robert Sneed was 25 up front and 607 on the 605. Mike Badeau and Jared Wilson up now. Bad Slow left side dials in at 705. J-Rod right side dials in 493. points on this end. Win light says Mike Badeau. 30 up front. 7:05 dead 7. Gets the nod. J-Rod 36 on this end. Takes 2 thou to be 2 thou under. Technically, he had exactly 1 thou to get in on. Technically. We'll go out to the microscopic digits courtesy of AccuTime, but either way. Badeau moves on. Chad Sandlin and John Helfrich. John right side dials in at 572. Chad left side dials in at 622. Win light Chad Sandlin as someone grabbed the jug down there. Sandlin 27 green, 622, 9 and a 622. Gets there first by 11 thou. John 30 green, 573 and a 572. And I'm very certain that Sandlin was spraying for the back 60 feet of that. Bryson Parks and Chris Edson on the starting line. Parks dials in at 628. Edson dials in at 628 as well. Win like Chris Edson, 17 green and 24 thou above. Gets there first by 19 thou. Bryson, 24 green, 631 to 628. JJ Endicott and Darrell goes on the starting line. Attention in the pits. I will take my double entry Dragsters for the buyback round of the staging lanes, please. Double entry Dragsters for the competitive suspension re-entry round. We need you in the staging lanes at this time. And absolute last and final call for re-entry door cars. Absolute final call for top bulb door car re-entries. And our first call for our double entered Dragsters for the re-entry round of the staging lanes, please. Winlight, Endicott, Trip, Zip, Perfect, and 19 thou above. That's 19 total either way you look at it. Gets there first by 6 thou. Goza, 007 on this end. 18 thou above the dial in. Not a bad lap at all, but not good enough here. Once again, re-entry Dragsters, we need you in the lanes, please. Re-entry Dragsters, you have been called, and we need you ever so badly in the staging lanes at this time. Re-entry Dragsters, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Dalton Loomis and Debbie Palmer. Your next pair, Dalton. Left side of the racetrack, dials in at 632. Debbie right side. Wheeling the Duster, dials in at 650. You know, so obviously I have the Motor Mania feed up on my laptop up here to watch the live chat. And obviously I have it muted. But it has the subtitles on the screen, and some of what YouTube interprets that I say is kind of entertaining. I don't think YouTube understands the twang. Win light Debbie Palmer, 10 green, 651 and a 650. Gets there first by 21 thou. Dalton was 20 up front, 635 and a 632. No good. Maverick Mackey and Mallory Bontrager up next. Mallory right side in the Malibu, dials in at 589. Maverick left side in the Camaro, dials in at 581. So yeah, I mean, if you ever think that you talk clearly and perfectly, or whatever, Put yourself on YouTube and mute it and watch the subtitles. I promise you it'll change your life, because this is interesting to say the least. Advantage on this end goes to Mallory, and Mallory is back in competition. 005 green, 589 dead 2 to be 7 total. Mackie, 16 green and ineligible from that point. He goes 580 on the 581. Your next pair, left side, the Roadster dials in at 579. Right side, the Vega dials in at 579 as well. So another one of them heads-up bracket races. It's kind of a contradiction if you think about it. Red light start, right side, wind light goes for the Roadster 007 green, and 582 on the 579. Maddie Evil Sizer and George Atchison. Your next pair, Maddie left side 704, George right side 593. We're going to blame some of these closed captioning issues on the fact that there's a kind of a niche group that understands what in the heck we're talking about when it comes to getting into bracket racing. So I'm going to blame it on that. Guy Brown, especially with that funny English. No, we speak properly down here. I don't know what you're talking about. At least that's what we say. Win light goes to Evil Sizer. 35 green, 707 on a 704. Get there first by 3,000. George was 39 on the Christmas tree and 596 on the 593. Billy Simpson and Kenny Llewellyn up next. Kenny right side out of Waxahachie dials in at 655. Billy left side. The Kennedale, Texas based Chevrolet wagon dials in at 705. Off goes Billy. Here comes Kenny. Kenny's got some catching up to do. Kenny isn't going to get there. Win light Billy, 32 green, 709 and a 705. Gets there first by 9,000. Kenny was 60 and 29,000 above. No chance. That ain't English, it's American. That's right, no capitals. America. Morgan Wallace and Greg Biddison. Greg right side dials in 596. Morgan left side dials in at 656. Well, this is a little lopsided. Win light Morgan Wallace 006. 658, 23,000 above the dial in. Greg was 44 on this end and had nowhere to go. Goes 590 on a 596 and could not have killed enough to turn on a win light. Mad Max McLaughlin left side dials in at 695. Right side dials in at 562. You know, for any of you that were watching the coverage of the Spring Fling last week in Vegas, they had one of the Team Mexico guys get up there and announce a couple of pairs in absolutely beautifully, obviously fluent machine gunned Spanish. And it was you really couldn't understand anything that he said other than "here we go" and "victory." But it was the coolest thing I saw all weekend. It really made me wish I had paid a lot more attention in Spanish class, because that would be a really cool thing to do right now. But I'm not going to do that because Motor Mania told me it's G-rated, and a lot of the Spanish I know is not, and that would just be a bad time for all. Left lane, your winner, 28 green, 699 on a 695. Right side, 009. But gets behind and shouldn't have. 569 and 562 behind by 5,000 finish line. Dwayne Maggie and Mike Matthews, couple of motorcycles going to square off here. Dwayne in control. Dwayne, your winner. Oh boy, 004 green and 621 dead 8 takes 1.7 tenths worth of finish line. When you know, you know. I mean, whatever. To be fair, he was fed at least 700s of that, but Matthews 89 up front, 535 on a 525. Left side, Rob Taylor, 539 the dial in. Right side, dials in at 613. Rob Taylor gets back into competition. Right side, 10 red. Rob Taylor moves on. 34 green and 300 under the dial in. As we move into our dragsters that have just pulled through the water. Once again, all dragsters have been called to the staging lanes for your re-entry round. All dragsters for the competitive suspension re-entry round, you have been called. And if you are a dragster and you have not yet bought back in, there is still time. Swing by the registration trailer, take your race car up there, hop out, add it to your tab, or hand her two $20 bills, whatever's easier. Get your stuff. Get back in the car, drive straight to the lanes. And that's the only way to do it. Rick Huffman and Ty Farmer on the racetrack. 3 fouls separate him up front. Advantage Farmer, win like Farmer. 28 green and dead 9. Gets him 8 foul worth of finish line. Huffman was 31 up front and 15 foul above behind from gate to gate. Farmer punches his ticket back into this thing. Once again, all dragsters have been called for the competitive suspension re-entry round. All dragsters have been called. And you should be in the staging lanes at this time. Nathan Martin and Tove Marshall. Nate Dogg left side, dials in at 451. Toe Baby right side, dials in at 484. Nate Dogg, 17 green and 23 thou above the dial in as Tove was 49 up front. Takes 2 thou to be a hund under, no chance. Nate Dogg gets back in. Kenneth Hillen and Mike Labatt on the racetrack. Hillen left side, dials 488. Labatt right side, dials 526. We were on True Start. Labatt trip, zip 5 red and is done. Hillen 008 red behind him, goes 487 on a 488, but he is back in. I know, Mike. I know. I kind of agree. Tanner Thorpe, Jolie Winger. Your next pair, Tanner left side, dials 460. Jolie right side, dials 487. Now, Tanner drove here from Midland. Jolie drove here from Odessa. Now, obviously, those are like right next to each other. Like, you know, a 20-minute drive, maybe. They drove all the way to Xtreme Raceway Park. Both lost first row. Oh, my God. Thorpe is going to be sick. If you are parked anywhere near the Thorpe pit area, I highly recommend you reach a safe distance. Jolie Winger is going to get back in. She's 228 up front, 497 on a 487. Tanner Thorpe is 008 on the wrong side and goes 458 on a 460. I was in the middle of a fun story about a drive from West Texas and just got cut off. Jason McFarland and Kenny Probst now. McFarland left side, 499. Kenny P right side, 478. should be done. Win like Kenny Probst. 004 green, 479 on a 478 gets him 8 thou worth of finish line. McFarland, 23 up front, 499 dead 2, and still completely out of the conversation. Yes, Guy Brown, it's always the announcer's fault. Totally. Although our PA here at XRP is like really good. Just like literally everything about this place. But so one could argue, but you know, that's just one of them things. Justin Risk and Talon Farmer on the starting line. Justin left side, 476. Talon right side, 471. Ton to separate on Win Light. Oh. Well, that's not good. Justin, your winner, 41 green, 481 and a 476. As Talon Farmer was 001 on this end. It goes 493 on the 471. Obviously, something went awry in that operation between the starting line and the finish line. So Justin's back in. Mike Crater and Lucas Pearson are going to take their shot now. Iron Mike left side, dials 437. Lucas right side, dials 460. On this end, Win Light, Lucas Pearson, 15 green, dead 6. Gets there first by 1 thou. Crater was 14 green, dead 9. And by 1 thou at 660 feet, Lucas Pearson is going to make his way back into things here. Your next pair, left side, dials 444. Excuse me. Right side, Danny Ray Martinez, dials 493. Conveniently, the fine folks at Motor Mania provide the announcer. These little lozenges, you know, helps the voice. It's really kind of them. You don't get that just anywhere. Thank you, Motor Mania. Winlight D-Ray, 23 green, 494 and a 493. He got there first by 6 thou. Left side, 18 green and 29 thou above the dial in as Nick Smith and Devin Coslow come up. Smith left side, dials 450. Right side, Devin Coslow, dials 467. Way, Winlight Nick Smith, 27 green, 451 9 on a 450. 3 thou worth of finish line to light up the scoreboard. Coslow, 47 up front, dead 2, no good. Roger Liggett and Blaine Parks up now. Roger. Phil's trailer sales side of the racetrack, dials in at 482. Blaine Parks. It's on the Elder Chrysler Dodge side, dials in at 495, but Blaine's car lost fire in the burnout, and now they're going to push him back. It refired briefly, but they didn't like what they heard, and definitely don't want to risk making matters worse here on day number 1. So Roger Liggett will get a competition single, 482 the number. and 481 on the 482. Owen Duffield and Jesse Williams on the racetrack now. Duffield, the Temple, Texas-based Syntex printing ride, dials in at 491 on the left side of the racetrack. Jada, right side, the Camaro, dials in at 593. Duffield by 5 Cal. J-Dub moves on. 24 green, 594 on the 593. Your next pair, left side, dials 461, right side. Danny Ray Martinez dials in at 482. Separate them up front. Win light D-Ray, 10 green and dead 3. To be 13 total. Gets there first by 2 thou. Left side was 13 up front. Also dead 3. But still 0.02 of a second behind at the finish line. Kendall Little v. Kaylee Phillips. Up next, Kendall left side. Dials in at 482. Kaylee right side. Dials 473. Win like Kaylee Phillips, 14 green, dead 6. 20 total, gets there first by 8 thou. Kendall was 21 on the Christmas tree and 1 thou ineligible from that point. Goes dead 7 in the process, but there was nothing he could do. Tanner Thorpe, Casey Holtzman up next. Tanner left side, the Midland, Texas contestant dials in at 460. Holtzman right side. Crowley, Texas, where he calls home, dials in at 487. Final call, competitive suspension re-entry round. You should be in the lanes, please. Absolute last and final call, competitive suspension re-entry round. You're about to get left behind, and that being said, Winlight Thorpe 35 green and 18 thou above. Good enough. Casey Olson 12 up front, but 58 thou worth the finish line. Leaves him 17 thou under. Attention in the pits. I will take my double entered no box cars. Round 1 winners and re-entry round winners as well. For Wild Willie Fuel Fragrance, round number 2, please. No box double entries. For Wild Willie, round number 2, we need you to the staging lanes at this time, please. Double entered no box cars, round 2. We will take you to the staging lanes, please. Jacob McNeil and Kenneth Hillen on the starting line. Hillen left side, dials 488. McNeil right side, dials 482. Going back in 21 green and 18 thou under. McNeil trip, zip, 9 red. And 484 on the 482. Once again, double entered, no box cars. First round and re-entry round winners. We will take you to the staging lanes, please, for Wild Willie Fuel Fragrance round number 2. No box double entered cars. We need you to the lanes for round number 2, please. Jason McFarland and Maverick Mackey on the starting line. Maverick right side, 580. Jason left side, 499, and away we go. Advantage on this end goes to the Dragster Win Light, Jason McFarland. 17 green, 5 flap on the 499, 13 thou above the dial in. Maverick Mackey was 40 on this end and kind of had nothing to do from there. 570 on a 580, no chance. Billy Doucette and Rick Huffman. Up now, Doucette left side dials 482, Huffman right side dials 469. Winlight Huffman 25 green, 471 on the 469. Doucette was 47 up front. 482 on the 482. No good. Next up, left side dials 518. Right side, Dale Burrow dials in at 479. Attention in the pits. I need my no box round number 2. We need you to the staging lanes, please. No box round number 2, the Wild Willie Fuel Fragrance round. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Winlight Burrow, 12 green, and 478 on a 479. Next pair left side dials in at 480. Right side, Jimmy Nobles dials in at 471. Winlight left side 30 green, 481 on the 480. Gets there first by a lot. Nobles was a day and a half late, 468 on the 471. As we are quickly running out of cars in our new re-entry round. No box cars for round 2. You have been called no box. Wild Willie Fuel Fragrance, round number 2. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Justin Risk, Mike Labat on the starting line. Justin left side dials 475. Mike right side dials 525. Winlight Labat 12 green, dead 7. 19 total gets there first by 30. Fourth out, Justin Risk 44 up front and ineligible. Mike moves on. Ronnie Crow is your buy car. And the last car for competitive suspension re-entry round, he dials in at 588. $2,000 red and dead 7. That will conclude our re-entry round. No box cars, you have all been called. Singles and doubles to the lanes, please, for Wild Willie Fuel Fragrance, round number 2, no box. First and re-entry round winners. You should be in the lanes for round number 2, no box. Round 2 to the staging lanes, please. And here we go. Round number 2 is on the starting line, the Wild Willie round. Your first pair, Jason Hammer and Bryce Hatfield. Jason left side. Dials in at 792. Bryce right side. Dials in at 611. Off goes Jason. Here comes Bryce. Oh, that's interesting. Win like Bryce, as Jason has all sorts of problems. Bryce, 007 green, 657 coasting through. Jason was 068 on this end, and then the car just didn't really want to go. Daryl Patton and Terry Allen up now. Patton left side, dials in at 625. Allen right side, dials in at 535, and I'm not really keeping an official tabulation, but I'm pretty sure this is at least the third time today that Daryl and Terry have ran each other. Because why not? We only do this like every week at Baytown and Lufkin, and Daryl Patton just got timed out. Oh boy. Terry Allen is going to advance, and reaction time doesn't really matter. Daryl, the 7-second burn down just bit him. Mike Leslie and John Morgan's up now. John right side dials in at 577. Mike left side dials in at 670. Red light Mike mile lot. John moves on 13 green and clicks her off. Megan Brown, Danny Hatfield on the starting line. Brown left side, 630. Hatfield right side, 629. Megan is in trouble. Winlight Hatfield, 22 green, dead 4. Gets there first by 3 hun. Megan was 58 on this end. And 629 at 630. Nowhere to go. Jake Howard, Hope Talbot up now. Howard left side in the fire turd, 661 the dial in. Hope Talbot right side. The League City, Texas based Camaro dials in at 599. Winlight Howard is Hope's 20 red, Howard 007 green, and 14 thou above. Your next pair, Jeremy Casey and Sheila Day. Casey left side, 1,000 at 635. Day right side dials in at 623. pops out, separate them, win like Sheila Day. 23 green and 18 thou above gets there first by 2/10,000ths of a second. Casey, 28 green and 636 is 13 thou above, ever so close at the finish line. Matt Hall, Jacob Pitt up next. Hall left side out of Little Elm, 621 the dial in. Pitt right side in the Dodge Dakota, dials in at 568. Attention in the pits. Chris Jones, you have a package in the tower, sir. Chris Jones, you have a package. I'm looking at it right now. If you could please come on up to the front of the tower, I will happily get that to you. Chris Jones, you have a package in the tower. Winlight Matt Hall, 37 green and 622.7 is 17 thou above. Gets there first by 41 thou. Pitt was a little later than that, and 570 on the 568. Rick Mortimer and Robert Johnson up now. Robert right side 675, Rick left side 616. Red light start, Robert Johnson. Mortimer moves on and goes 618 on the 616. Chad Sandlin, Chuck Weir up now. Sandlin left side, dial 623. Weir right side, dial 648. Winlight Chad Sandlin, 13 green and 625 is 27 thou above the dial in. And good enough to get there by 25 thou. Weir, 34 up front and 31 thou above. Joe Boner, Brian Day up now. B-Day. Right side of the equation, Crosby, Texas. The Chevrolet S-Dime dials in at 697. Boner left side. The Camaro dials 571. Winlight, Joe Boner, oh my gosh, Boner 28 green, B-Day was 13 up front. B-Day goes through 699 at 96 miles per, and Joe Boner got there first by 4/10,000ths of a second. 28 green and 13 thou above is good enough. As Tim Ray and Jeremy Heffler square off next. Coach left side dials in at 636. Heffler right side dials in at 695. Separate him. Advantage Tim Ray, Winlight Tim Ray. 13 green, dead 5. He's 18 total. Gets there first by 18 thou. Heffler 15 up front, 697.2 on the 695. Tim Ray moves on. Hector Aguilera and David Ball. Hector left side. Dials in at 693. David right side on the two-wheeled machine, dials in at 585. Win light Hector. As David is going to be very angry. Hector is 142 green and 692 on a 693. David Ball was 005 on the red side. And 6th out under Aaron Jones and Preston Miles on the racetrack. And a tension in the pits. I will take top bulb door cars to the staging lanes for Wild Willie round number 2, please. Top bulb door cars. We will take you to the staging lanes for round number 2. Top bulb door cars to the lanes, please. Aaron Jones dials 640, and he's going to be moving on as Preston Miles is 23 red. Jones 30 green and 25 thou above the dial in. Miles 23 red, dead 1. Ouch. Kevin Martin and Colby Renfro up now. I think Colby's car might be a stick shift job. Some sort. It has a clutch. Can hear that. That's just cool. Sounds mean. Colby right side dials 592. Kmart left side dials 617. Win light Renfro, 21 green and 25 thou above. Gets there first by 48 thou. Kmart was 46 on the Christmas tree. Goes 621 on the 617. Dropped the anchor on Colby, but it didn't pay off this time as Casey Baugh and Chris Clausen approached the starting line. Casey left side, 624. Chris right side, 568. Chris moves on. Casey Ball kicks her 28 thou red. Chris 002 green and pulls the clutch in and coasts on through. Max McLaughlin, Daryl Patton up now. Mad Max left side, rolling the Mustang in deep. We all know how I feel about that. Dials in at 714. Patton right side. The Maverick dials in 627. Red light start. Max by 1 thou. Daryl moves on. He's 81 green, but he don't care right now. Goes 626.7 on a 627. He's 3 thou under. Max 001 red, and then woo, nearly 700 under. Vince Hernandez, Jason Ram up now. Hernandez left side, San Antonio, Texas. Where the Hernandez boys call home, 660 his dial in. Jason Ram right side, dials in 556. The difference on this end. Wind light says Jason Ram. 20 green. Gets there first by 2 thou to be 31 thou above the dial in. Hernandez was 52 up front, goes dead 1, but had absolutely no chance. So birthday baby boy moves on. Roger Ball and Bobo Marshall up now. Ball left side. 598 the dial in on his motorcycle, and Bobo Marshall. The El Camino dials in at 633. Thou advantage goes to Bobo, and the wind light will as well. 15 green and 37 thou above. Gets there first by 3. Ball was 30 up front. Goes 603 on the 598. Jake Howard and Terry Allen will square off next. Howard left side of the racetrack, dials in at 661. Allen right side. Dials in at 535. Couple of completely different approaches at drag racing Firebirds. Like completely. Like never mind the whole generational gap. Just the whole approach at it. Allen's in. Howard's in. Red light start, Terry Allen by a sizable margin. Jake Howard, 33, green, 661, dead 4 to move on. Allen, 39, red, 532 and a 535. Just to see what could have been. Brian Day and Bryce Hatfield up now. B-Day left side of the racetrack, dials in at 697. Hatfield right side, dials in at 610. Attention to the pits, we have a parts call. Parts call, parts call. If anyone has a Holley black fuel pump, somebody on this property would be very grateful. If anyone out there has a black Holley fuel pump, if you could please bring that to either the front of the staging lanes or to the front of the tower. We'll be ever so grateful. Brian Day moves on. 16 green, dead 9. Gets there first by 28. Al Hatfield was 62 up front. And wasting race fuel for the remaining eighth of a mile. Once again, parts call. If anyone has a black Holley fuel pump, if you could please bring that to either the front of the lanes or to the front of the tower and get one of ours attention. That would be great. If anyone has a black Holley fuel pump, somebody on this property could really use it right now. Tim Ray and Joe Boner on the starting line. Tim left side dials 635. Joe right side dials 572. Red light start, Joe Boner by 13 thou. Tim Ray moves on, 28 green and 637 on a 635. So our first pair of our top bulb door cars complete the burnouts. Brent Lancaster and Charlie Goff will kick us off the top. Lancaster left side. For Red Racing Engines, dials in at 551. Goff right side, dials in at 665. red light start. Brett Lancaster by 6 fouls. Harley Goff moves on 009 green and 667 on a 665. Hey, attention out there in the pit area. It would seem we have a small issue with some street cars that came in or trying to save parking spots. You absolutely, positively cannot do that. Street cars cannot save spots in the pit area. We need all the real estate we can get this weekend. We'll have additional rigs coming in tonight to race tomorrow and Sunday. And, yeah, we cannot have the street cars saving spots, guys. If you could please rectify that, and we would be ever so grateful. No saving spots for the street cars. Jordan Heffler and Mallory Bontrager on the racetrack. Mallory right side, 589. Jordan left side, 606. Mallory moved on. Heffler's 001 red. Mallory's 45 green, but who cares? 591 and 589. Heffler 1 red and 610 on the 606. All door cars have been called for round number 2. All door cars. Both our round 1 winners and our re-entry round winners have been called to the lanes for round number 2. All door cars, you should be in the staging lanes for round number 2, the Wild Willie round at this time. Michael Rudd, Cliff Loveless on the racetrack. Rudd left side, 544. Loveless right side, 587. We are green, Lynn Light, Cliff Loveless. 17 up front, 588-2 on the 587. Gets there first by 3 foul. Rudd, 22 up front, dead 9. He tried, but he couldn't. Next pair, left side dials in 597. Right side, Ronnie Crow dials in at 588. Fourth out, separate them. Winlight says Ronnie Crow, 008 and 17 thou above. Gets there first by 4 thousandths of a second. Left side, 004 and 599 on a 597 will not to work in this round. Brian McLean and Dave Stidham on the racetrack. McLean 668, Stidham 618. Wind light says Brian McLean. 18 green and 13 thou above. Gets there first by 27 thou. Stidham was 73 up front and puts her 14 thou under trying to get there, but didn't matter. McLean advances. Trip West and Brian Hughes up now. Quick Trip left side, the Walters Oklahoma Camaro dials in at 610. Brian Hughes, the Diana, Texas based Monte Carlo dials in at 612. The difference, advantage, Brian Hughes, win light, Brian Hughes. 10 green and 613-1 on a 612. Gets there first by Trip Zip 6 at the finish line. Trip West was 20 on the Christmas tree, dead 2 and 6/10 thousandths of a second short. So Brian Hughes will move on. John Yates and Debbie Palmer up now. Yates left side, dials 501. Palmer right side, dials 650. Palmer, 006 green, 652 on a 650. And that's really all we need to read on that time slip. Yates was way north of 006 and a thou under. Mike Badeau, Brad Roberts now. Badeau left side. 705 is dial in. Roberts right side. Dials in at 566. Wind light bad slow, 13 green, dead one. 14 total, gets there first by 7 thousandths of a second. Roberts, 007 on this end. But 14 thou above the dial and leaves him 007 short. So Badeau will come back. J.R. Wallace and Chuck Weir. Wallace left side, 614. Weir right side, 645. Winlight Wallace, 10 green, 200 above, gets her done. Weir, 17 up front and 41 thou above. Dwayne Maggie and Tim Guthrie, your next contestants. Maggie left side, dials in at 621. Guthrie right side, dials in at 100 quicker at 620. Winlight Guthrie, 003 green and 47 thou above, as Maggie was 44 on the red side and 624 and a 621. Melvin Goss and Jared Wilson up now. Goss left side, dials in 496. Wilson right side, dials in at 492. Melvin 24 green and 23 thou above the dial in. Wilson 003 red, 494 and 492 to end that campaign. Maurice Pipkins Jr., that is, and James Cooks. Pipkins left side, dials in at 514. Cooks right side, dials in at 538. Well, that was ugly. Winlight Pipkins. Maurice Pipkins was 059 on the Christmas tree and was the better of the two. 516 on a 514. James Cook's reaction time started with not a 0, goes dead 8, but doesn't matter. Lewis Cleveland and Kevin Little will now square off on the racetrack. Lewis left side, the Odessa-based S10, dials in at 635, and Kevin Little, the Black Panther Camaro, right side of the racetrack, dials in at 578, and Kevin turns on the win light already. Lewis turns the red by 2 foul. Kevin Little, 22 green and dead on 7. Heath Phillips and Ian Dunaway up now. Phillips left side, dials in at 558. Dunaway right side, dials in at 602. Says Heath Phillips. 11 green. Dead 5 to be 16 total. Gets there first by 24 thou. Dunaway was 009 on this end. But 31 thou of the dial at 605 is no good. And Heath Phillips moves on. JJ Endicott, Robert Smoots. Your next pair. JJ left side, 565. Robert right side. Dials in at 536. Winlight Robert Smoots, 006 and 14 thou above. Gets him 18 thou worth of finish line. Endicott was 21 up front. And by 1 thou was mathematically ineligible. Goes 566 on the 565 to make matters a little worse. Robert Smoots moves on as Wayne Pratt and Chris Edson will line up. Pratt left side in the Camaro, dials in at 598. Edson right side, the Corvette Roadster. Dials in at 628. Winlight Edson, 16 green, dead 6, as Wayne Pratt was 001 up front. But 21 thou worth of finish line leaves him 1 thou under the dial in. Walt Zernt and I believe Donnie Evilsizer. Zernt left side, 607. Probably Donnie right side, 615. Winlight Evilsizer, 24 green, 618 on a 615. 16 thou worth of margin, Walt Zernt, 005. But 68 thou above the dial in. Morgan Wallace, Jeremy Heffler. Up now, Heffler in the Pro 1 ride. Well, one of them. The Pro 1 Bronco ride. Dials in at 586. Wallace left side, the S10 dials in at 656. Morgan's in trouble. Told you. Winlight Heffler, 10 green, 588 on a 586. 26 thou worth of finish line. Wallace was 42 up front. And, well, that was kind of all she wrote. 658 on a 656. Heffler moves on to round number next. Rob Taylor and Julie Desbon. Up now, Julie right side. 640, the number on her dial-in board. And Rob Taylor. Left side, the Chevy 2, dials in at 536. Red light start, Julie by 15 thou. Rob Taylor, your winner, 19 green and 534 on a 536. Attention in the pits. I will now take my double entry Dragsters for Wild Willie Fuel Fragrance round number 2, please. Double entry Dragsters round 2. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Double entry Dragsters. We need you And we need you now. Double entry dragsters to the lane. James Day, John Blankenship. Away we go. 619 the dial for James. 533 the dial for John. Win light, John Blankenship. 004 green and 33 thou above. Gets there first by Trip Zip 1. James Day, 13 up front, 621 and a 619 to be 110 thou short. Ethan Marr and Randy Tanksley. Tanksley right side. Dials in at 628. Ethan Marr left side. Dials in at 549. Red light start, Randy by 12 thou. Ethan Marr's moving on. 004 red, doesn't matter. Win light 551 on a 549 for Ethan Marr. Once again, in the pits, Dragsters, double entries. We need you to the lanes for round number 2, please. Double entry Dragsters. We need you right now in the staging lanes for round number 2. Double entry Dragsters for Wild Willie round 2. We need you in the lanes at this time. Maddie Evil Sizer and Justin Endicott are on the racetrack. Maddie left side dials in at 704. Wastes no time at all getting in the stage beams either. Endicott right side dials in 596. Away goes Maddie. And here comes Justin. Oh boy. 22 thou the difference. Win light says Endicott. 002 green and 15 thou above. With air to spare. Gets there first by 31 thou. Evil Sizer. 24 green. And 706 on a 704 is no good. Mad Max McLaughlin and Terry Stewart up next. Max left side. Dials in at 701. Terry right side. Dials in at 636. Win light's going to go to Max. Terry 7 red. Max 24 green and 699 on a 701. Next pair, Chad Samlin left side. Dials in at 624. Charlie Goff right side. Dials in at 668. The difference. Advantage on this end goes to Charlie Goff. And Charlie Goff is moving on. 005 green, dead 5, 10 total. To get there first by 6 thou. Sandlin was 15 up front and had absolutely nothing to do. 624 dead 1 and still 6 thou behind. Nope. Charlie moves on. Billy Simpson and Mallory Bontrager will square off next. Billy, Phil's Trailer Sales side of the racetrack, dials in at 705. Mallory, over on the Elder Chrysler side, dials in at 589. Light Simpson 10 green, 1333 thou above, if I can read numbers. Gets there first by 39 thou. Bontrager was 44 up front and drops the anchor to go 593 on a 589. Next pair, left side, the Roadster dials in at 582. Right side, Jesse Williams dials in at 593. Once again, I need my Dragsters for round number 2, please. Dragsters, Dragsters, Dragsters. We will now take all of you. Dragsters, we need you in the lanes, please, for round number 2. Dragsters, singles and doubles. We need you in the lanes for Wild Willie round number 2. Win light, Jada, 32 green and 13 thou above, gets there first by 21 thou. Left side, 14 green, but way above the dial in. 53 thou to be exact, to have no chance of success. Vince Hernandez and Bobo Marshall are on the starting line. Vince left side dials in at 658. Bobo right side dials in at 633. When light, Vince Hernandez, 007 green, 659.7. He's 17 thou above the dial in and gets there first by 12 thou. Bobo was 25 on this end. 12 thou above on that end, no chance. Vince moves on. Kenny White and Bruce White square off now. Kenny left side. The Camaro dials in at 621. Bruce right side. The T1000 dials in at 618. Win light, Bruce Wright, 21 green and 33 thou above the dial in. Gets him 7 thou worth the finish line. Kenny was a little later than that at 43. 19 thou above, no good. Kevin Martin and one of the balls, right side, on the motorcycle, dials in at 625. Kmart left side, dials in at 617. Win light ball, 17 green, 627 on a 625. Kmart was 33 on this end and 23 above on that end. Jason Ram and Brian McLean up now. Ram left side. One of the other two-wheeled machines dials in at 556. And Brian McLean, the Gun Barrel Texas contestant, dials in at 667. Red light and good night, Brian McLean by 5 thou. Jason Ram moving on, 34 green and 5 thou under. Cody Cernock, Jordan Heffler on the racetrack. 7 thou separate them on this end. When light says Cernock. 18 up front, dead at 3. 21 total, get there first by 11 thou. Heffler, 11 on this end. But 21 thou above on that end is not going to work. Jody moves on. Dale Burrow and Roger Ball up now. I guess that was Casey Ball earlier. Oh, we narrowed that down. Roger, right side, the motorcycle, dials in 601. Dale, left side. The Camaro dials in at 610. Twin light ball, 29 green and dead 3 gets there first by a foul, and I think that might have been Trip West on the left side. Whoever it was, 003 green and 31 foul above. Your next pair, Brent Lancaster left side, dials in 553. Right side, Tim Guthrie dials in at 624. Winlight Lancaster, 16 green and 4 thou under in a double breakout effort. Guthrie, 38 up front and 11 thou under. More under, if you will. Jason McFarland and Ty Farmer. Ty right side, dials in at 473. McFarland left side, dials in at 498. Light McFarland, 008 green, 498 dead, 1 to be 9 total. Farmer, 002 red, and a Hund under. Once again, all Dragsters have been called for round number 2. All Dragsters for Wild Willie Fuel Fragrance round number 2. You should be in the lanes or en route at this time. All Dragsters have been called for round number 2. Kenneth Hillen and Kenny Probst on the starting line. Kenny, KP, right side of the race truck, dials in 477. Kenneth Hillen, left side, dials in at 488. Probst in full control, but will not make it work. Hillen, 29 green, 488 dead donut to get there first by 5 thou. Probst was 008 on this end, but 26 thou above the dial in on that other end. Eliminates him from competition. Kenneth Hillen moves on. JJ Cook, Anthony Rios up now. Rios right side. Mercedes, Texas, dials in at 477, and JJ Cook, left side of the racetrack, dials 485. Anthony Rios, 22 green and dead 5, gets him 14 thou worth of finish line. Left side, JJ Cook was 19 up front and 22 thou above the dial in. So Anthony will come back. Brandon Justice left side, dials 490, right side. Whoever car number 487 is, dials in at 505. Justice is moving on. He was red too, but we're not going to talk about that. 491.0 on a 490. Right side was 003 red. Takes her through 507 on the 505. Kristen Baker and Clint White on the racetrack now. Clint White is dialed in at 464. Kristen is having some problems getting the dragster in rewind after the burnout. And It might have lost fire. Judging by the lack of sound, I'm going to go with that's exactly what happened. So Clint White is going to get a competition single here. It's a tough break for Kristen Baker. You hate to see that anytime. It's only day number one. Hopefully they can get that sorted out. Clint White, right side of the racetrack, 464 his dial in. 12 green and 464 dead 5. 17 total. So we will get Kristen's ride cleared off of the racetrack. I have called all of my dragsters for round number 2. All dragsters have been called. All cars have been called for that matter. All of round number 2 has been called, and you should be here at this time. So Nick Smith left side dials 449, right side dials in 498. And attention in the pits, final call for Wild Really Fuel Fragrance round number 2. Final call, round 2. No box, door cars, dragsters, bikes, whatever you got. If it's in round 2, it should be here right now. Final call, round 2. You should be here at this time. One valve difference up front. Green light says Nick Smith. 24 green, 451.4 on a 449. Right side was 23 green, but 503 on a 498. As I think Nick was doing a little work down there. Perhaps. Cody Moore, Danny Ray Martinez up now. That might actually be Daniel Martinez in the right lane, given the fact that I know that's Danny Ray sitting in the water box. So, you know, there's that. So, Cody Moore and Danny Martinez. Moore left side. The Oklahoma-based ride dials in at 451. Martinez right side dials in at 492. Martinez and Cody Moore 006 red, Martinez extremely green, 493 and a 492, and just because I like you, I'm not gonna say it. 200. Martinez moves on, and Justin Risk, and now Danny Ray Martinez. Probably, I'm like 90% sure about that one. Danny Ray right side dials in 482. Risk left side dials in 475. On the 482, Justin Risk was 12 on the red side. Proceeds to go dead 6 just to add insult to injury, but happens to the best of us. Danny Ray moves on. Mike Crater and Cliff Lovelace up now. Crater left side. The Bedford, Texas ride dials in 436. Lovelace right side. Out of Waxahachie dials in at 454. Mike Crater, he was 57 green and got away with one. 439 and a 436. Lovelace was 10 up front. But 85 thou worth of finish line leave him 8 thou under the dial-in. Yeesh. Bryce Self, Josh Burrow. Up now. Self left side, dials 433. Burrow right side, dials 483. Once again, all cars have been called for Wild Willie round number 2. All cars. Final call. Final call. All cars for round number 2, please. Final call. All cars for Wild Willie round number 2. Off goes Josh. Here comes Bryce. 31 thou separated. One of them perfect. Win light. Josh Burrow. Trip, zip, green. And 23 thou above. Gets there first by 14 thou. Self was 31 green. Goes dead 6, but it wasn't enough. As Burrow advances. Your next pair. Left side dials in 444. Bo. I'm tipping on. Nope. Rodney Parks right side dials in at 486. Midnight Rodney Parks, 19 green, dead 5. Gets there first by 5 thou. Left side, 18 green. And 445-1 is 11 thou above, and that is just shy of 6 thou too much. So that doesn't work. Nathan Martin, Rick Huffman up now. Nate Dogg left side. 453, the number on the Phil's Trailer Sales scoreboard. And Rick Huffman. Right side of the equation, dials in 468. Away we go. 17 thou separate and win like Nathan. 009 green and 12 thou above. Gets there by 100th of a second. Huffman. 26 on this end, dead 5 on that end, no chance. So Nate Dogg will come back for round number next. Your next pair. Left side, dials in at 480. Right side, Neil Upchurch. Neil will dial in at 517. Left side, 009 green and 483 on a 480. Gets 5 thou worth of finish line. Upchurch, 33 up front. And, well, that was all she wrote. 519 and a 517. That didn't help. So your left side will come back. Bob Koski and Dale Burrow. On the starting line now, Koski will dial in at 501. Burrow will dial in at 478. Bob Koski. 15 green and 11th thou above. Gets there by a Hund. Burrow 19 green and 18th thou above to be 10th thou behind. Tanner Thorpe and Jacob McNeil. Thorpe left side. 460, the number on his dial-in board, and Jacob McNeil. The Gilmer, Texas contestant, right side of the racetrack, will dial in at 482. Goes to Thorpe, and the win light will as well. 006 green and dead 7 to be 13 total. Gets there first by 19. Thou McNeil was 10 up front and could not get there. 484 on a 482. So Tanner moves on. Your next pair, left side, dials in 470. Right side, Mike Labatt dials in at 524. Separate them. Win light Labatt 16 green and 525 on a 524. He is 19th out above the dial in. 009 worth of finish line. Left side 14 green and 300 above. Your next pair, Jackie Jones and John Blankenship. Jackie, the night moves ride left side, dials 481. Blankenship right side, the Chevy Dos, dials in at 534. One light Blankenship as Jackie turns her red. Blankenship 21 green and 531 and a 534. Jackie negative 002 and 483 on the 481. Once again, final call round two. Final call round two. For real this time, guys. Final call for Wild Willie Fuel Fragrance round number 2. You should be here. You should have already been here. Final call round 2. All cars to the staging lanes, please. Andy Reinfort. And Lucas Pearson on the racetrack. Reinfort left side of the racetrack, 475. The dial in. Pearson right side dials in 459. Pearson 16 green, dead 4, 20 total, gets there first by 6 foul. Reinfort 19 up front, dead 8, good but not good enough. Pearson will move on. Jimmy Winger, Michelle Powers up next. Winger left side out of Odessa, dials in at 463. Powers right side dials in at 465. separated. Michelle is perfect, and Michelle is moving on. Trip, zip on this end. 18 thou above on that end. That's 37 worth of finish line, but who cares? Winger, 25 up front and 31 thou above. That didn't work. So Michelle will move on. Left side dials in 503. Right side, Mark Powers dials in at 447. We will have a parts call very shortly. One light, Powers left side, 004 red. Powers 20 green and 12 thou above. Attention in the pit area. Parts call, parts call. If anybody has a conventional big block Chevrolet roller lifter, Bryson Parks would be extremely grateful right now. If you have a conventional big block Chevrolet roller lifter, either bring that to the front of the lanes or the tower, or go see Bryson Parks. That would be ever so grateful. Parts call, conventional big block Chevrolet roller lifter. If you have one of those, go see Bryson or bring it to the front of the lanes or to the tower. Mike Badeau and Kaylee Phillips on the racetrack. Mike left side, 703 dial. Kaylee right side, 472. Kaylee's in trouble. Wind light, bad, slow. 13 green, dead 5. Gets there first by 24 thou. Kaylee 35 green, dead 7, no good. So Badeau moves on. Justin Frost and Jordan Epperjesse up now. Epperjesse right side, 444. The dial in. Frost left side, 454. His dial in. Jesse 32 green, 444 dead 5. Gets there first by 3 thou. Justin Frost was 38 on the Christmas tree. Goes dead 3 just to make it a little closer for us, but no good. JJ Cook up next on the left side, dials 485. Right side dials in at 480. Attention in the pits, round number 3, the May Race Carbs round, no box. We need you to the lanes, please. Double entry, no box cars, round number 3. We need you to the lanes, please. May Race Carbs round number 3 for double entry, no box cars. Please bring them on around. Right side, your winner. Trip Zip red, but JJ was 004 red. 483 on a 480, JJ. 004 red, 486 on a 485, so he's done. Don Baker, Anthony Rios up next. Baker left side. 498 his dial in, and Anthony Rios. Elder Chrysler Dodge side of the racetrack dials in at 477. Once again, double entry, no box cars. We need you to the lanes for May Race Carbs round number 3, please. Double entry, no box cars. We need you to the lanes for May Race Carbs round number 3. Red light start, Don Baker by 6 foul. Anthony's moving on. 008 green and 477 dead 6. Roger Liggett, Dave Mazier on the racetrack. Mazier, right side, Escondido, California, where he calls home. Roger Liggett, left side, Iowa Park, Texas. 481 for Roger, 490 for Dave. 9 fouls separate them up front. Win light, Roger Liggett. 10 green, dead 0 to be 10 total. Gets there first by 8 thou of a second. Mazier, 001 green. And 18 thou above. He's 19 total. And that math don't add up for Dave, but it sure as heck adds up for Roger. Your next pair, Kenneth Hillen and Clint White. Hillen left side, 1,000 at 488. White right side, the Richmond, Texas based. Well, Clint's Richmond based. The cars, well, Glasgow based. 464 the dial for Clint. And the win light, 006 green and a hund above even. Gets there first by 8 thou. Hillen 29 up front and wasting fuel. 487.4 on the 488. 8 minus 4 does not equal 0, so yeah. That would be ineligible. Brandon Justice and Kenny Probst now. Brandon left side, dials in 491. Kenny right side of the equation, dials in at 479. Dead even up front, win light, Kenny Probst. They're both 18 green. Kenny Probst is dead 2. Brandon Justice only had 2 thou to get in on, and he took 7 of them. Justice, 490 with a 4. He's 6 thou under. Would have had to make it extremely tight to light up the scoreboard, but couldn't. So Kenny P moves on. Jackie Jones, Ty Farmer on the racetrack. Jones left side, 522. Farmer right side, 472. 2-fun advantage goes to Jones, and the win light will as well. 009 green and 11 thou above. To get her done, Farmer, 29 up front. Gets there first by 3 thou to be 12 thou under. Had to close it up to 9 thou or less. Jackie moves on. Cody Moore up now, left side. Dials in 455, right side. Dials in at 497. Twin light right side, 12 green, 498.5 on the 497. Cody was 28 up front, gets there first by 14 thou to be 14 thou under. Technically, there was a chance. Your next pair, Nick Smith, left side of the racetrack, dials in at 449. Right side, the Roadster dials in at 580. So Nick Smith left side in the Dragster. The Roadster in the right side has the bye. The bye carries over, and he is not going to carry it over. Turns at 9 thou red. Nick Smith moves on. 005 red and dead on 7. Which concludes Wild Willie Fuel Fragrance round number 3. We will kick off May Race Carbs round number 2. We will kick off May Race Carbs round number 3 here very shortly. And all of my nobody. Our new wait and see buy run for round number 3 is Josh Burrow on car number 4X98. Josh Burrow, you are our wait and see buy run on your 4X98 number. So as our first few pairs of no box round 3, the May race cars round roll under the suites. All of our no box cars Remaining in competition should be in the lanes at this time. Final call. All remaining no box cars for May Race Cars round number 3, you should be in the lanes at this time. As Daryl Patton and Bryce Hatfield will kick us off here. Patton left side. Dials in 625. Hatfield right side. Dials in 608. Attention in the pits. Double entered box door cars. We will take you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Double entered box door cars. For May Race Carbs round number 3, we will take you to lanes 3 and 4. Double entered box door cars to lanes 3 and 4, please. 33 foul. Separate Daryl and Bryce. Win light Daryl Patton. 33 green and 28 thou above the dial in. Gets there first by 27 thou Hatfield. 66 on this end, and that costs him. 610 on a 608. Jake Howard and Danny Hatfield. Up now. Howard left side, 661. Hatfield right side. Danny, that is, dials in at 628. Win light Jake Howard, 18 green and 56 thou above the dial. Coast through at only 99 miles per. Hatfield was not 18 green, and he's 24 thou above. Chad Sandlin and Jason Ram up next. Sandlin left side in the S10, dials in at 624. Birthday boy right side, dials in 556. Oh, Jason. That's just bad. Win light Sandlin, 20 green, 627 on a 624. Jason Ram was yick. And 557 on a 556 is Joe Boner and Chris Clausen. Complete the burnouts. Clausen right side of the racetrack. The Brownwood-based motorcycle dials in at 568, and Joe Boner. The Camaro left side dials in at 571. Clausen couldn't get the bike to hook up and has to abandon. Boner, 31 green, 582 and a 571. Chris was 23 on this end, but just did not really want to go the direction it was supposed to go, so he clicks her off, coasts through. Save her for tomorrow. Hector Aguilera and John Moggins. On the starting line, John right side, Park City, Kansas, where he calls home. 576 his dial-in, and Hector Aguilera. Left side. In the Nova, dials in at 690. Win light Moggins 006 green and 27 thou above. Gets there first by 48 thou. Aguilera was 39 up front and 42 thou above. Tim Ray and Sheila Day. Couple across town Houston competitors. Tim Ray left side out of Tomball, dials in at 636. Sheila right side out of Pasadena, dials in at 622. It's not pretty, but 6 fouls separate them. Win light, Sheila Day, 44 green and 100 above. To get the win light, Tim Ray was 50 up front. Gets there first by 8 foul to be 5 foul under. Aaron Jones and Brian Day up now. B-Day right side, dials in 697. Aaron Jones left side, dials in at 642. Winlight Jones, 642, dead 4, gets there first by 18 foul. Was 43 up front. B-Day was 59 on the Christmas tree. 697, dead 7. There was nothing he could do to change that result. Colby Renfro and Terry Allen on the starting line. Renfro left side, the stick shift Corvette dials in at 591. Allen right side. Dials in at 533. Away we go. Oh boy. Allen burned the red by 0.02 of a second. Renfro was 117 on the Christmas tree, but his win light's on. 593 on a 591. Will advance to round number next. Attention in the pits. All door cars, you should be in the lanes at this time. All door cars. For May Race Carbs round number 3, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Matt Hall, Rick Mortimer. Matt Hall is moving on as Mortimer is 55,000 red. Hall 73 green and 622 on the 621. Once again, door cars, all y'all to the lanes for round number 3, please. Door cars, singles and doubles, please report to the staging lanes at this time. Jake Howard, Bobo Marshall. Jake left side, 661. Bobo right side, 634. Oh boy. Win light, Bobo Marshall. 001 green, 635. 17 thou above the dial and gets there first by 23 thou. Jake Howard was 026 up front. Tried to spray, tried to drop, tried every plan, every which way, and it wouldn't work. 662 on a 661. Bobo moves on. Once again, all door cars, you have been called for May Race Carbs round number 3. All door cars, you have been called for round number 3. As our final pair of no box cars pull through the water, our first pair of top bulb door cars are pulling under the suites. That being said, top bulb door cars, if you are not here, you definitely should be getting here. Top bulb door cars, round number 3. You should be in the lanes at this time, please, as Daryl Patton and Tim Ray close out the bottom bulb side of the round. Patton left side, 626 his dial in. Ray right side, dials in at 635. Attention in the pits. I will take my double entry dragsters to the lanes, please. Double entry dragsters. May Race Carbs, round number 3. We will take you in the lanes at this time. Double entry dragsters for May Race Carbs, round number 3. We will take you in the staging lanes, please. Four south, separate them, win like Patton, 53, green, dead 2. Good enough to light up the strobe lights. Tim Ray was 57 on the tree, but 14 thou worth of finish line leave him 17 thou under. And that math doesn't work. Bruce White and Charlie Goff. Bruce left side, the T1000 dials in at 620. Goff right side, the S10 dials in at 668. Winlight Charlie Goff, 007 green, and goes 6,700 to get there first by 0.02 of a second. White was 34 on this end, and 14 thou above on that end. To be no good, Jody Cernock and John Blankenship. Up next. Cernock left side, 598. Blankenship right side, 532. Here we go. Advantage goes Jody's way. Win like Jody Cernock. 008 green, dead 4. How about a 12-pack to move on? Gets there first by 28 thou. John Blankenship was 25 on the Christmas tree and mathematically ineligible from that point on. 533 on a 532. No chance at all. Mike Badeau and Brian Hughes up next. Bad slow left side, dials in 702. Hughes right side, dials in 612. He is. Brian Hughes, 003 and 14 thou above. Gets him 5 thou worth of finish line. Badeau, 14 up front. Dead 9, but it's not enough. So Brian Hughes moves on. Brent Lancaster and Jeremy Heffler. Lancaster left side of the equation. Dials in at 552. Heffler right side. Dials in at 584. Separating. Advantage goes to Lancaster. Winlight. Brent Honcho. 14 green, 553.0 on the 552. Gets there first by 15 thou. Heffler. 584 dead 9, but 030 up front costs him dearly. As Brian McLean and Cliff Lovelace inch their way into the beams. McLean left side, 666, the number on his dial-in board, and Cliff Lovelace, right side of the racetrack, dials in at 587. Winlight Loveless 009 green and 13th thou above. Gets there first by 007 McLean. 21 on the Christmas tree, dead 9. But it's not enough. Max McLaughlin, Debbie Palmer up now. Mad Max left side dials in at 701. Debbie right side dials in at 651. Tension in the pits. I will take all Dragsters for May Race Carbs round number 3, please. All Dragsters. Round number 3. We need you in the lanes at this time. All Dragsters. Bring them on back. All Dragsters. Round 3 to the lanes, please. Red light start McLaughlin by 2 thou. Debbie moves on, 16 green and 3 thou under. Billy Simpson, Rodney Crow. Ronnie right side, 588. Billy left side, 707. 1 thou the difference. Winlight Billy Simpson. 009 green, dead 6. To be 15 total. Whoop. Crow, 10 green and 300 above. If there are any fighting Texas Aggies in the live chat, you just got that. And Brent Lancaster, before you even think about texting me, don't. Saw them all forever. J.R. Wallace and Chris Edson. Wallace left side dials in at 614. Edson right side dials in at 628. Separate them. Advantage Wallace, but the win light will blinkety blink 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 for Chris Edson. 21 green, dead 2. To get there first by 16 thou. Wallace 007 on this end, but 32 thou above the dial in is too much to overcome. Heath Phillips, Mallory Bontrager up now. Bontrager right side dials in at 590. Phillips left side dials in 557. Winlight Mallory Bontrager, 34 up front, dead 1 down there. Gets there first by 17 thou. Heath was 16 on the Christmas tree, but runs too far off the dial in at 36 thou above. As Melvin Goss and Robert Smoots will be up next. Melvin left side dials in 497. Robert right side dials in at 535. Dead even up front. Then right says Melvin Goss. 22s a pair. Goss 498, 100 above 0. Gets there first by 4 thou. Smoots 536, 4. He's 100 above plus 4 little ones. There's your 4 thou finish margin. And Melvin Goss moves on. Rob Taylor, Tim Guthrie up now. 535 the dial for Taylor on the left. 622 the dial for Guthrie on the right. Advantage, Rob Taylor, win light, Rob Taylor. 008 green, 538, he's 34th, thou above the dial in. Gets there first by 18 thou. Guthrie was 21 on this end. And 626 on a 622. Reese Pipkins Jr. and Jesse Williams will square off next. J-Dub right side, dials in at 593. Pipkins left side, 5:14, his estimated time of arrival. J-Dub turns the red by a thou. Pipkins gets a 3-1, 44 green and 5:15 on the 5:14. Vince Hernandez. And I'm like kind of certain Casey Ball. Probably. On the motorcycle, 623 the dial in. Hernandez out of San Antonio on the left, dials in at 657. Red light start to the motorcycle by 8,000. Hernandez moves on 23 and 658 on a 657. Ethan Marr versus Kevin Little. Up now. Ethan, Phil's Trailer Sales side of things, dials in at 551. Kevin Little on the right side of the equation. 577 the number on Kevin's dial-in board. Win light Ethan Marr, 554 on a 551. 17 up front. And got there first by 200. Kevin Little, 003 on this end, but 66 thou above the dial-in is not going to work. Jason Ram and Justin Endicott up now. Jason left side, trying to turn on another win light on his birthday. 555 the dial-in. Endicott right side, dials in 596. Red light start, Jason Ram by 26 thou. Endicott moves on, 007 green and 598.7 on the 596 dial-in. Roger Ball, Charlie Golf up now. Ball left side the motorcycle, 598 the dial-in. Charlie Golf right side in the S10, dials in at 667. A tension in the pits, final call. May Race Carbs, round number 3. If you were in round 3 and have not been down the racetrack in round 3, you are late. Final call, May Race Carbs, round number 3. To the lanes. Win light Charlie Golf, 007 green, 674 and a 667 as Roger Ball was dead late on this end. And a few hundred above on that end. Next pair, Nathan Martin, Donnie Evilsizer. Nate Dogg, left side, in the motor on a stick, dials in 451. Evilsizer right side, the Camaro dials in 616. Here we go. 6 thou, separated off front. Advantage. Nate Dogg, win light Nate Dogg, 14 green, dead 8. Turns on the win light by 12 thousandths of a second. Evil Sizer, 20 green. And 617 on a 616 ain't gonna work. Brandon Justice and Clint White up now. White, right side of the racetrack. 465 his dial in, and Brandon Justice. Left side dials in at 489. Dead even up front. 19's a pair, win light Brandon Justice. 19 green, 1 above, 2 to get there first by 8 foul. Clint White was also 19 up front, but he's 200 above. And that's 8 thou more above than Brandon was. So Brandon moves on. As Mike Crater and Danny Martinez come up. Mike left side, 435, the number for the Bedford, Texas entry. Martinez right side, 493. What he says he's going to go. Win like Danny Martinez. He was 70 on the Christmas tree and was better. 70 green, dead 2, gets there first by 400. Crater, 104 up front and 436 on the 435. As Paige Hamlin has just reminded me to remind you, if you have not yet gotten your Chicks on Slicks Ladies Street Shootout Tech card, it now comes with a cookie. And I, for one, would love a cookie. But seeing as I'm a man, I think I'm disqualified. If you've not yet gotten your Ladies Street Shootout Tech card, you're going to want to go ahead and do that. We'll be doing that a little bit later this evening. And apparently, hey, free cookie. Winlight Lucas Pearson, 006 green, 460, 12 thou above the dial in. Gets there first by 2 thou. Once again, absolute last and final call for May Race Carbs round number 3. Final call for May Race Carbs round number 3. Bob Koski and Danny Ray Martinez back up from the burnouts. D. Ray right side will dial in at 481. Koski left side dials in at 501. Separating up front, win light, Danny Ray, 13 green, 484 on a 481. He's 31 thou above. Gets there first by 7 thou. Koski, 23 green and 503 on a 501. No good. Jackie Jones and John Blankenship on the starting line. Blankenship right side, dials in 533. Jackie left side, the night moves right, dials in 522. Clean and green. Advantage Blankenship, win light John Blankenship. 19 green, 17 thou above, stays behind to get it done. Jackie, 48 up front. Gets there first by 21 thou to be 34 thou under. Something doesn't add up there. It's Jason McFarland and Michelle Powers. Next up, 498 the dial for Jason. 466 the dial for Michelle. Michelle Powers, 005 dead, 1 to be 6 total. Gets there first by 29 thou. Jason, 37 on this end and a thou under. No good. Anthony Rios and Jordan Epperjesse. Epperjesse right side, dials in 443. Dialed it down 100. 443 the dial for Epperjesse. 477 the dial for Rios. Pocket win like Jordan Epperjesse. 008 dead, 7 15 total. Gets there first by 4 thou. Rios was 10 up front and a hund above. Not a bad lap, but it was that time. Epperjesse moves on. Mike Badeau and Mike Labatt. Hey, Mike. Another Mike. Mike. Labatt right side dials in 524. Badeau left side dials in 702. Separate him, advantage Mike Badeau, but the win light will shine for Mike Labatt. 006, dead 6. 12 pack for Labatt. Badeau was 002 up front, but 13 thou worth of finish line, leave him 3 thou under the dial in. As Nick Smith and Mark Powers back up from the burnouts. Smith left side. 449 his dial in. And Mark Powers, right side of the racetrack, dials in at 447. got 6 foul to work with, and will work with it. 16 green, dead 8. Takes 002 to light up the field scoreboard. Powers 22 green. 447 dead 4, no chance. Left side dials in at 480. Right side, Kenny Probst dials in at 479. Zip perfect for Kenny P. Win light Kenny Probst. 0, 0, 0 on this end and 480 on a 479. Gets him to the finish line first by 13 thousandths of a second. Left side was 23 green and had nowhere to go. 480 with a 7, dead 7. But Kenny Probst, by way of a perfect reaction time, moves on as Roger Liggett and Rodney Parks approach the starting line. Rodney, right side. 486 his dial in. Roger, left side. Dials in at 481. Winlight Liggett 005 green. And 481 dead 5, 10 total. Rodney Parks was 13 up front. Tried to spray and drop, but it didn't work. 485.5 on a 486, taking a foul. Simply ran out of room down there. Zach Liggett will line up on the left side. He will dial in at 482. Right side will dial in at 498. Winlight Zach 14 green, 484 on the 482. His right side was 49 up front, and well, that was all she wrote. Attention the pits, no box, double entries. We will take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Double entry, no box cars for Burrow Motorsports, round number 4. We will take you to lanes 1 and 2 at this time, please. Double entry, no box cars for Burrow Motorsports, round number 4. Please bring them to the lanes, please. So Tanner Thorpe and Clint White are on the starting line. Tanner left side dials in 458. Clint right side dials in 465. Tension in the pits. I will take all of my remaining door box cars for Burrow Motorsports round number 4, please. All no box cars, singles and doubles, to the lanes for round number 4. All no box cars. For Burrow Motorsports round number 4, to the lanes, please. I guarantee you Clint White put something in the crossover incorrectly on that. Tanner Thorpe, 002 green, clicks are off, 462 and a 458. Clint White, well, his reaction time is exactly 1 digit off from my car number. And it's the last digit. And we're in Division 4. So, yeah. I mean, that's that. Tanner moves on. Nick Smith, Anthony Rios up now. Nick Smith left side dials in 449. Anthony right side dials in 477. Winlight Anthony Rios, 19 green, dead 5. Gets him there by a thou. Nick Smith, 008 on this end. 17 thou above on that end is 1 thou short. As Josh Burrow will take his bye run down the Elder Chrysler Dodge side of the racetrack, 484 his dial in as we close out May Race Carbs round number 3. Round number 4, all remaining no box cars, you have been called to the lanes, and you should be there right now. .484 dead 8. To close this out with a few happy rips in the shutdown. I'm not mad about it. Thank you, Josh. So as our no box cars for round number 4 begin to make their way around the corner. I know we still have a minute before we get to that, but Kenny Probst, you will be our wait and see bye run for round number 4. Kenny Probst on your whichever number has the X at the end of it. So Kenny Probst, you're our wait and see bye run on your car number carrying the X at the end. So Daryl Patton and John Morgan's going to kick us off this round. Patton, left side. Patton left side, dial 626. Morgan's right side, dials 576. Nine fouls separating. Advantage John, Winlight John. 009 green, dead 6. To be 15 total. Patton was 18 up front. 18's a bigger number than 15. Goes 626, dead 9 in the losing effort. Morgan's moves on. Colby Renfro and Chad Sandlin will square off next. 592, the dial in for Renfro. 626, the dial in for Sandlin. Winlight Chad Sandlin, 29 green, 632 on the 626 dial-in. As Renfro was late on this end. 597 on a 592 on that end. As Joe Boner and Sheila Day pull through the water. Sheila right side. 622 the number on James's Vega. Boner on the left. 571 his dial in. Attention in the pits, box, door car, double entries. We will take you to the lanes, please. Double entry, box, door car for Burrow Motorsports. Round number 4. We will take you in the lanes at this time. Box, door cars, double entries. We will take you to the lanes, please. Winlight Joe Boner, 16 green, 573 on a 571. Gets there first by 9 thou. Sheila was 40 up front. 623 on a 622, no chance. So all of our no box cars have been called to the lanes, and I need my double entry box door cars to the lanes as well. Double entry box door cars. For Burrow Motorsports, round number 4. I need you to lanes, please. Burrow Motorsports, round 4. Double entry. boxed door cars. We need you, and we need you now. Jake Howard and Bobo Marshall. Howard left side of the equation. 661, the number on his window. Marshall. Right side of the racetrack will dial in at 635. Winlight Marshall 003 and a Honda above gets there first by 15 thou. Howard was 11 up front and 18 thou above. Behind at both ends. Bobo moves on. And the one-man party goes wild. Matt Hall and Aaron Jones on the racetrack. Matt left side, 622 the dial. Aaron right side, 642. Winlight Aaron Jones 008 and 16 thou above. Gets there first by 14 thou. Matt was 25 and 13 thou above. As our last remaining no box car for the round completes the burnouts, I need all of my door cars as well as my double entry dragsters to the lanes, please. All remaining door cars and double entry dragsters. We will take both of you to the lanes at this time. Daryl Patton left side, dial 627. I am fairly certain that is Charlie Golf right side, dialed 668. Daryl Patton. Win light, Daryl Patton. 20 green and a Honda above. Gets there first by 45 thou. Charlie was 25 on this end. More above than that. Jody Cernock and Brian Hughes up now. Once again, all remaining door cars, we need you to the lanes, please. All door cars, as well as double entry dragsters. We need you to the lanes as well, please. All doors and double dragsters. We need you in the lanes, please. Cernock moving on, 25 green, dead 9, as Brian Hughes kicks her 8 thou red. Vince Hernandez and Mallory Bontrager on the starting line. Hernandez left side out of San Antone, 658 his dial in. Mallory Bontrager right side, dials in at 590. Once again, I need my double entry dragsters, please. Double entry dragsters. We need you to the lanes for Burrow Motorsports round number 4. Double entry dragsters. We need you to the lanes at this time. $14,000 the difference up front. Advantage Mallory, win light Mallory. 006 dead 4 to be 10 total. Hernandez 20 up front and ineligible from there. Goes 658.9 on a 658, but it didn't matter as Mallory's 10 total and moves on to round number next. Melvin Goss versus Cliff Lovelace on the starting line now. Melvin left side dials in at 497. Cliff right side dials in at 587. Cliff has 9 thou to work with and will. 009 green, 5900 to turn on the win light for Cliff Lovelace. Melvin, 18 green, take 32 thou to be 12 thou under. So that's no good. Rob Taylor, John Blankenship up now. Rob left side, 535. John right side, 534. Blankenship's moving on. Taylor, let's go on nothing. Blankenship, 007 green, 531 and a 534. Once again, my double entry dragsters have been called for Burrow Motorsports round number 4. Double entry dragsters, you should be in the lanes at this time. Speaking of, I'll take all my dragsters. I'll take all remaining cars. Doubles, singles, doors, pipe racks, motorcycles, whatever we got. All remaining cars for round number 4. Please report to the lanes, please. Please, please. That didn't sound right. All remaining cars for Burrow Motorsports round number 4 to the lanes, please. Brent Lancaster and Debbie Palmer on the starting line. Brent left side, 552. Debbie right side, 650. Debbie Palmer, 24 green, dead 0. Lancaster, 16 green, dead 9, behind by 3 ten-thousandths of a second. I'm not sure which one of them was kicking it down there, but either one, that's a little risky. Debbie moves on. Once again, all remaining cars for Burrow Motorsports round number 4. We need you in the lanes, please. All remaining cars for Burrow Motorsports round 4. Report to the staging lanes, please. Billy Simpson and Chris Edson up now. Edson right side, the Corvette Roadster. Dials in at 628. Billy Simpson left side, the wagon. Dials in at 707. It's not always a popular opinion, but I personally love when you make a wagon a race car. My wife doesn't agree with me. A lot of people don't agree. But I don't really care. I think it's cool. And there's a pretty good possibility we're going to see Billy Simpson's wagon again, but we will not. Wow. Chris Edson was 48 up front. Tried to do everything you can do to lose that race, but still turns on his win light. Billy Simpson was 16 on the Christmas tree. Takes 32 thou to be 100 under. Edson follows him through. He's also 100 under. We go out to the 10,000ths of a second column on my AccuTime announcer screen, and by 5/10 thou, Chris Edson is the lesser of the two evils and will come back. Ethan Marr, Justin Endicott. On track now, Endicott right side 5. Wow! $5.99 the dial for Endicott. All zeros, and Ethan Marr pulls it out. Ethan Marr, 20 up front, 551.5 on a 550 dial in. Justin Endicott was quad zeros on the reaction timer. Takes 38 thousandths of a second to be 2 thou under. Wow. Maurice Pipkins Jr. and Charlie Golf up now. Pipkins left side 514 the dial in. Charlie Golf right side dials in at 669. Win light Charlie Golf, 006 green and 23 thou above. Pipkins 18 up front. Gets there first by 26 thou to be 16 thou under the dial in. Once again, all remaining entries for Burrow Motorsports round number 4. You have been called to the lanes. All remaining entries. Burrow Motorsports round 4. To the staging lanes, please. Nathan Martin, Michelle Powers on the starting line. Nate Dogg left side, 453. Michelle right side, 466. Away we go. Red light and good night. Michelle Powers by 9. Foul. Win light, Nate Dogg, 008 green and 4th thou under. Brandon Justice, Lucas Pearson up now. Pearson right side, dials in at 459. Justice, left side of the racetrack, dials in at 489. Thank you, JJ James. That really means a lot to me, man. 200 to separate him. Lucas Pearson is perfect up front and turns on the win light. How about trip, zip, dead, 2-2 total. Gets there first by 13 thou. Justice 20 up front and wasting race fuel. I feel like I've said that a lot today. 488.5 on a 489. Lucas Pearson moves on. Tanner Thorpe and Mike Labatt. We'll square off Tanner left side, the Midland, Texas-based Dragster. 457 his dial in, and Mike Labatt, Albuquerque, New Mexico, where he calls home, dials in at 523. Foul to work with. Win light, Tanner Thorpe. 10 green, dead 3. 13 total. Gets there first by 23 thou. Mike Labatt was 17 up front. 525-0 on a 523. Tried to cut him loose, but that didn't work. And Danny Ray Martinez versus Danny Martinez. How does that happen? What are y'all doing? If Mama Martinez is watching on the live feed right now, she's going to slap at least one of you later. I'm sure of it. Please try to get a video. Danny left side, 481. Danny Ray right side, 493. And Danny Ray left side, Danny right side, you know, whatever. Martinez is a pair, and I think they just both rolled in about 500 into the box to see what would happen. Danny Ray, your winner, 56 green, 481 dead 5, gets there first by 8 thou. Danny was 81 green, 491 and a 493, follows him through, it doesn't matter. Final call for round number 4. Absolute last and final call, round 4. If you are not here, you're about to get left behind. Final call, Burrow Motorsports round 4. And attention to the pits. First call, no box, round number 5, the going bracket racing round. Round 5, no box, the GBR round. We will take you to the lanes, please. Josh Burrow, Jordan Epper-Jesse on the starting line. Burrow, left side, 485. Epper-Jesse, right side, 443. Off goes Burrow. Here comes Epper-Jesse. Jordan's in trouble for the first time tonight, but still pulls it out. 46 green. Dead on 0. as she watches Josh Burrow take 37 thou worth of finish line in front of her to be 6 thou under. Josh was 15 on the Christmas tree, but didn't close it up when he needed to. Jordan will advance as Zach Liggett and Anthony Rios back up from the burnout. Zach left side dials in at 481. Anthony right side dials in at 477. Once again, no box. Round number 5, no box. Singles, well, I think you're all singles at this point. No box, all y'all. Round number 5, no box. Going bracket racing, round number 5. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Apparently the secret to this round is to be 40 and just watch the person pull away. Anthony Rios is 42 green, dead 3. Zach Liggett is 18 up front but takes 32 thou to be 6 thou under. Nick Smith and Roger Liggett up now. Nick left side dials in 450. Roger right side dials in 481. Nick Smith is currently hoping the 40 trim continues, and it will. Nick, 41 green, 3 thou under the dial-in. Roger Liggett was 19 up front, but 33 thou at the finish line, leaving 13 thou under. 3 pairs in a row. We've been 41, 40-something, 40s. The other driver has been in the teens. The 40 continues to pull it out. Also in this round, someone, I don't remember who, was quad zeros on the reaction timer and did not turn on the win light. This is just, is it a full moon? Something's going on. Kenny Probster by run to close out round number 4, 21 green, 479.9 on the 480 dial-in. And that concludes Burrow Motorsports round number 4. Going bracket racing, round 5 no box cars. You have been called to the lanes. Round 5 no box, you have been called. And we need you in the lanes at this time, please.
Going Bracket Racing YouTube channel is your place for news, interviews, tutorials, and commentary on the latest happenings in the bracket racing community. Get your fill and let your voice be heard on the Going Bracket Racing live stream every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you never miss a Going Bracket Racing live stream. Find us on YouTube and Facebook at Going Bracket Racing. We will see you there.
I would expect nothing less.
Daryl Patton and Bobo Marshall. We need you in the lanes now, please.
Attention to the pits. We need box door cars to the lanes, please. Box door cars for the growing bracket racing round number 5. Box door cars, singles and doubles. If you're doubled, you're going to want to get to the front, please. Box door cars, singles and doubles. All remaining box door cars to the lanes, please. Car number 496D is our wait and see buy run for round number 5. Car number 496D. You are our wait and see buy. Joe Boner and John Moggins gonna kick us off here in GBR round 5. Boner left side 571, Moggins right side 575. 4,000 difference on this end. Win like Joe Boner. 13 green 572, a hundred above the dial in. Moggins 009 577 on a 575, no good. Daryl Patton and Aaron Jones. Now attention in the pits. I will also take dragsters to the lanes, please. All remaining cars have now been called for Going Bracket Racing round number 5. All remaining cars. No boxes running now. Door cars, you have been called, and I have now called dragsters to the lanes. All remaining cars for round number 5, you have been called. Patton left side 627. Oh boy. Jones right side 642. Win light Aaron Jones 51 green. And 640 on the 642 is the lesser of the two evils. Patton was 88 up front. Goes 624 and a 627. He's 21 thou under. Jones takes 28 thou to be 13 thou under. Patton had to stop to make it work. He did not. So he's done. Jones moves on. Bobo Marshall and Chad Sandlin. On track now. Marshall left side dials in at 635. Boy, baby, got the boom box and everything. He's ready to rock and roll. 635 for Marshall, 626 for Sandlin. Red light start. Chad Sandlin by 12 thou. Chris, you dropped a prop, man. He saved it. Marshall 56 green 626 on a 635 to advance. I don't think there's anyone on this property more excited than Chris Jones right now. All remaining box cars you have been called. We're about to start rolling door cars around the corner. All remaining box cars you have
Going Bracket Racing YouTube channel is your place for news, interviews, tutorials, and commentary on the latest happenings in the bracket racing community. Get your fill and let your voice be heard on the Going Bracket Racing live stream every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you never miss a Going Bracket Racing live stream. Find us on YouTube and Facebook at Going Bracket Racing. We will see you there.
I would expect nothing less.
Attention in the pit area. If you have not yet been by registration to handle your administrative tasks, they are going to be closing down at 10:30 this evening. That is about 39 minutes from right now. Registration, if you've not yet been by there, go ahead and do that now. They will close at 10:30. And you'll have to wait and battle the line in the morning. If you are on this property and have not been through registration, they will close at 10:30. As our box cars complete the burnouts, your first pair on the top bulb side, Jody Cernock and John Blankenship. Cernock will line up on the left side of the racetrack. His dial-in board displays 5.98 seconds, and John Blankenship, the Midlothian, Texas-based Chevy 2, dials in at 5:33. Red light starts Jody by 3 thou. John moves on 26 green and 5:32 on the 5:33. Debbie Palmer, Mallory Bontrager up now. As the ladies battle it out, Debbie left side in the Duster dials in at 6:49. Mallory right side. Wheeling, the Bontrager family Malibu. She dials in at 5:90. Attention in the pits. We are missing 3 cars for round number 5. 3 cars for round number 5 is what we're missing. Final call. All remaining cars. Round number 5. Final call. All remaining cars for round number 5. Green lights a pair. Advantage Palmer, win light Mallory Bontrager. 36 green, 5,900 dead 0. Debbie was 21 up front, but 300ths worth of finish line leaves her 16 thou under. Mallory will advance. Cliff Lovelace and Charlie Golf up now. Charlie, right side of the racetrack, 6.70 seconds, his dial in. Cliff Lovelace left side dials in at 5:87. What Lovelace has to work with, and he will. 15 green, 587, dead on 0, gets there by 1/10,000th of a second. Charlie was 24 up front and 9 thou under the dial, and it wouldn't have mattered. So Cliff moves on. It's Ethan Marr, Chris Edson have pulled under the sweets. Ethan Marr will line up on the left in the Camaro. 5:51 his dial in. Edson right side, the Corvette Roadster. Dials in at 6:28. Attention in the pits. Final. Jake Hodge style. Final call for round number 5. I believe we're still missing a couple of cars, and we're about to roll the by car, so yeah, you don't want to miss that. Final call, round number 5. If you're not here, you are late. Final call, round 5. Advantage on this end goes to Chris Edson. Win like Chris Edson. 13 green, 629. 14 thou above the dial in. Gets there first by 1 thou. Ethan Marr was 37 on this end and 9 thou under. Attention in the pits. I will also take my 3 remaining no box cars for Precision Race Fuels round number 6 to the staging lanes. My remaining no box cars for Precision Race Fuels Sunoco round number 6. I need you in the staging lanes at this time. And final, for real boys and girls, final call for round number 5 You should be here, and you should be here now. Nathan Martin, Anthony Rios on the starting line. Nate Dogg left side, 4:53, his estimated time of arrival. And Anthony Rios, Mercedes, Texas, dials in at 4:77. The difference. Advantage Rios, win light Anthony Rios. Double breakout drag race. 007 green for Anthony. He's a thou under. He gets there by 19 thou. Nate Dogg, 27 green. Follows Anthony through to be 2 thou under. And by way of a double breakout, Anthony moves on. Kenny Probst and Jordan Epperjesse up now. Once again, my 3 remaining no box cars. I need you in the lanes for round number 6, please. No box, no box. Precision Race Fuels E6. I need you to the staging lanes, please. KP, left side, 480 the dial in. Epperjesse, right side, dials in at 443. Advantage KP, but the win light once again shines for Jordan Epperjesse. 28 green, 443 dead 0. To get the nod, Kenny Probst was 005 on this end, but 43 thou worth the finish line. Leaves him 19 thou under. And Danny Ray Martinez and Lucas Pearson will round out the round, if you will. Danny Ray left side. 480 his dial in. Lucas Pearson right side. He is sitting on the bye, and it does in fact carry over at the Red Racing Engine 6-shooter showdown. So Lucas trying to carry it over into round number next. 458 is his dial in. D-Ray on the left, 480. Win light, Lucas Pearson, 003 green, 458 dead 4. Gets there first by 21 thousandths of a second. D-Ray was 27 up front, 480 dead 3, no help. As that concludes round number 5.
Going Bracket Racing YouTube channel is your place for news, interviews, tutorials, and commentary on the latest happenings in the bracket racing community. Get your fill and let your voice be heard on the Going Bracket Racing live stream every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you never miss a Going Bracket Racing live stream. Find us on YouTube and Facebook at Going Bracket Racing. We will see you there.
I would expect nothing less.
Going Bracket Racing YouTube channel is your place for news, interviews, tutorials, and commentary on the latest happenings in the bracket racing community. Get your fill and let your voice be heard on the Going Bracket Racing live stream every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you never miss a Going Bracket Racing live stream. Find us on YouTube and Facebook at Going Bracket Racing. We will see you there.
I would expect nothing less.
You know, it's always good to have friends in life. And Nick Smith and Tanner Thorpe are going to owe each other an ice-cold, refreshing beverage when this evening is over. So this would be your last pair of round number 5. They both came around a little late, but we've already run the bi-car, but they came around as a pair, so doesn't really change matters. So this will be your final pair of round 5. Nick Smith, left side, dials in at 450. Tanner Thorpe, right side, dials in at 457. Green lights a pair, 2 foul, separate them, win light, Tanner Thorpe. 26 green, dead 7, lights up the Elder Chrysler Dodge scoreboard. Nick Smith was 24 on the Christmas tree, but 18 thou worth of finish line. Leaves him 100 under the dial in.
The Going Bracket Racing YouTube channel is your place for news, interviews, tutorials, and commentary on the latest happenings in the bracket racing community. Get your fill and let your voice be heard on the Going Bracket Racing live stream every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you never miss a Going Bracket Racing live stream. Find us on YouTube and Facebook at Going Bracket Racing. We will see you there.
I would expect nothing less.
To be in the staging lanes at this time for Sunoco Precision Race Fuel round number 6. I will also take my remaining top bulb
On the outside, looking in, I really
Precision Race Fuel round number 6. I need you in the lanes at this time. Precision Race Fuel round number 6. No box and my remaining top bulb door cars. You have been called to the lanes. So as we are officially into our ladder rounds, there are 3 no-box cars left. So Joe Boner will get a bye run here. 571 his dial in as he takes his free ride. 55 green. And 571 dead 2. Attention in the pits. All remaining cars have now been called. All remaining cars in competition tonight for Precision Race Fuel round number 6. You have been called. We'll take my remaining dragsters. My remaining door cars should be in the lanes. All y'all have been called for Precision Race Fuel round number 6. Bobo Marshall and Aaron Jones on the starting line, trying to punch one of their tickets to the no-box final against Joe Boner. And then, of course, the winner of that will merge into our main event gamblers race. Marshall left side dials in 632. Jones right side dials 641. Separate them up front when light says Bobo. 002 green 635 on a 632. Aaron Jones 014 up front. 400 worth of finish line. In his defense, he was fed at least 300 of that. He's 14th out under, and the one-man party goes wild once again. At least he didn't lose a speaker this time. So, we are down to 2 cars now in the no box side of things. My remaining box door cars should be in the lanes, and my remaining dragsters should be en route as I speak. All remaining cars for Precision Race Fuel round number 6, you have been called. All remaining entries for Precision Race Fuel Sunoco round 6, you have been called to the staging lanes. Meanwhile, in the chat bleachers, anytime Poo Poo Pasquale gets involved, you can't not give the man a shout out. So, sup, buddy? I definitely appreciate it. You know, it's not too late for you to hit the highway and head this direction. I'm just saying. Point the rig to the northwest and stop when you get to XRP, Texas. I mean, I'm sure you've made more reckless decisions in your life, so. Anywho, all my remaining entries should be getting ready in the lanes. All remaining entries, you have been called to the lanes for Precision Race Fuel round number 6. So JJ, Poo Poo, all y'all in the live chat, the way I see it, if you can make a drive somewhere within one calendar day, it's not that far. I mean, 12 hours, it's a little after 10 o'clock right now. The new entry timer in the morning might be a little tight, but I mean, just stick a number on it and send it. We got buybacks. What more do you want? If you time it correctly, you won't even have to stop. I mean, Google says 12 hours, you can make it in at least 11. But I might not be the best example for y'all to listen to. I mean, I drove straight from here to Bristol last year, but that was partially Chris Galetti's fault, so I mean, yeah. I cannot feel fully responsible for that. Our box category is rolling under the suites as we speak, and that being said, I will take Bobo Marshall and Joe Boner back to the lanes for our no box final round as soon as y'all can get them here, y'all. Bobo Marshall and Joe Boner, bring them on back around for your no box final. As Mallory Bontrager and Cliff Lovelace will kick us off on the top bulb side of things. All remaining cars have been called for round number 6, and I will take my 2 remaining no box cars for round number 7, which would be the Pro Torque round, and it's also your final round. So our remaining 2 no box cars, I will take you to the lanes, please, Bobo Marshall and Joe Boner. And meanwhile, Mallory Bontrager and Cliff Lovelace are going to square off. Mallory left side dials in 589. Cliff right side dials in 587. But will not seal the deal. Cliff Lovelace is 12 on the Christmas tree, goes dead donut. Mallory 007 dead 5, and by 1/10,000th of a second, Cliff Lovelace moves on. So Mallory's evening is done. Nothing to be ashamed of, though. John Blankenship and Lucas Pearson. On track now. John left side dials in 532. Lucas right side dials in at 458. Win light John Blankenship, 14 green, dead 1 to be 15 total. Gets there by 43 thou. Lucas 45 up front. And 459.3 on the 458 is not going to pay off. Jordan Epper-Jesse and Chris Edson. Up next, Jordan dials it down to 442. Edson, right side of the racetrack, the Roadster, dials in at 628. Anthony's way, win white, Jordan Epper Jesse. 29 green, 13 thou above to light up the Phil's trailer sales scoreboard. Chris Edson was 18 up front, but 43 thou worth of finish line leaves him 200 under. To end his Friday night campaign, Tanner Thorpe and Anthony Rios. Rios, right side of the equation, dials in at 477. Tanner Thorpe, left side, will dial in at 456 out of Midland, Texas. So our final pair of Precision Race Fuel E number 6 is sitting on the starting line. The pre-stage bulbs are lit. Anthony's in, Tanner's in, ready, set, go, get 'em boys, red light, good night, Anthony Rios by a whole bunch. Tanner Thorpe needs to go buy a lottery ticket. He's 54 on the Christmas tree, 457. 16th out above the dial in. Anthony let go on air. He's negative 071. Clicks are off to save her for tomorrow. Tanner moves on. That concludes round number 6. No box final. I need you back, please. No box final. I need you in the staging lanes at this time. No box final. We need you back.
Bobo beat somebody to the lane?
No box final. I got Bobo. I need Joe. Joe Boner needs you to the lanes, please. Joe Boner, we need you to the lanes for your no box final. I have my no box final sitting in the staging lanes, getting all prepared. Attention in the pits. I will take all of my remaining top bulb cars, door cars, and dragsters to the staging lanes at this time. All remaining Super Pro box entries. We need you in the lanes, please. All remaining top bulb cars. We need you in the lanes at this time. Attention in the pits. I need my remaining top bulb car to the staging lanes, please. All remaining entries. You have been called for round number, I believe this is 7. Sounds good to me. All remaining entries. You have been called to the staging lanes. Once again, Pro Torque Round 7. You have all been called to the lanes, please. Pro Torque Round 7, all remaining entries. Please report to the staging lanes. Once again, Pro Torque Round 7. If you are not in the lanes, you definitely should be at this time. Pro Torque Round 7. All remaining cars, you should be here at this time. So our final 2 no box cars complete the burnouts. The winner of this pair will return for round number 8 with the rest of the Pro 1 Friday Night Gamblers warm-up race. Joe Boner will line up on the left side of the racetrack in the Camaro dialed in at 571. Bobo Marshall on the right. The El Camino dials in at 634. As they bump in to find the stage beams, Bobo's in, Joe's in. Green lights up here, 5 thou, separate them up front. When light says Joe Boner. 24 green, dead 2. Gets fed 26 thou. As Bobo Marshall was 29 on the Christmas tree, 636.3 on a 634, only 94 miles an hour. He cut him loose, but could not make it work. Joe Boner will come back to merge with the rest of our Friday Night Gamblers race. And now we start the box side. Jordan Epper-Jesse, left side of the racetrack, 4:43. Her estimated time of arrival at the finish line, and Cliff Loveless, right side of the racetrack, will dial in at 5:86. Cliff Loveless, win light Loveless. 15 green, dead 8, gets there first by 32 thousandths of a second. Epper-Jesse, 43 up front, and 444 on a 443 is not enough to get there in front. John Blankenship and Tanner Thorpe on the starting line now. Blankenship on the left. The Midlothian, Texas-based Chevy 2 dials in at 532. Tanner Thorpe, right side of the racetrack. The Midland, Texas headquartered Dragster dials in at 458. Thorpe, 17 up front, dead 5. Get there by 18 thousandths of a second. John Blankenship was 39 on the Christmas tree and could not get there. 532, dead 2. A great evening, but not going to turn that one on. Tanner will come back. Attention in the pits. This is your standby call for our Chicks on Slicks Ladies Street Shootout. We will bring y'all to the lanes when we get our remaining entries up here for Bonifante round number 8. So Chicks on Slicks Ladies Street Shootout. You are currently on standby. Attention in the pits. All remaining cars for round number 8. We need you in the lanes, please. All remaining cars for Bonifante round number 8. We need you here. We need you now. All remaining cars, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Final call, semifinal round. We need you in the lanes, please. Final call, semifinals. We need you now. Final call, semis to the lanes, please. So, Bonifante round number 8 has officially begun. As Cliff Lovelace had the bye run, he rolled forward, staged the car, broke the beams, did what he needed to do to punch his ticket to the final round. And now we await our 2 remaining cars. And that being said, we will take our Chicks on Slicks Ladies Street Shootout. You're currently on standby. Ladies Street Shootout, you are on standby. We will be calling you up very shortly. So Joe Boner and Tanner Thorpe are about to find out who is going to square off against Cliff Lovelace. Joe Boner, who has made it to this point by way of the no box side of the equation today. Tanner Thorpe, who was almost late for a round a while ago, but courtesy of Nick Smith had an opponent and got another shot at life. Tanner Thorpe on the right side of the racetrack will dial in at 458. Joe Boner on the left, the Camaro, will dial in at 570. And I will take my Ladies Street Shootout to the lanes at this time. Chicks on Slicks, Ladies Street Shootout. We will take you to the staging lanes, please. So Joe Boner dials in at 570. Tanner Thorpe dials in at 458. They find the pre-stage beams. Joe brings her up in the converter. Tanner bumps the dragster in ever so carefully. He's there. Joe's there. Ready, set, go. Get 'em, boys. Tanner Thorpe with the advantage on this end. Winlight Thorpe, 006 green and 459 is 12 thousandths above the dial-in, and he took 12 thou to light up the scoreboard. Joe Boner was 014 on this end, but 15 thou above the dial-in leaves him just 12 thousandths of a second short. And our stage is officially set for our first final round of the weekend. It will be Tanner Thorpe and Cliff Lovelace. And as soon as you two gentlemen can cool them and fuel them and bring them back, that would be fantastic. I will take my Chicks on Slicks Ladies Street Shootout to the staging lane. Poo poo squally. Fuel them and cool them and let's get it on. I like that. Chuck Berry, I think so. But that question is a notch above my pay grade, so I'm not 100% sure on that. Good question, though. Once again, Chicks on Slicks, Lady Street Shootout. We will take you to the staging lanes, please. And Tanner Thorpe and Cliff Lovelace. As soon as y'all can get here, please do.
At Oasis, we strive to create fully custom outdoor living spaces. Get the full visual effect with a 3D rendered design to help you understand our ideas for your property. We use rendered plans and 3D modeling to communicate the design intent visually and spatially. We can design for anyone in the United States. Use promo code 6shooter when you reach out to us for a design at a flat cost of $2,000. Check out our website at liveoasis.com.
There are no buybacks. Deep staging is allowed. And in a streetcar race, probably encouraged. So Lady Street Shootout, y'all will get 2 time runs. And we will hot lap y'all directly back up here as soon as y'all take the turn off. Tanner Thorpe, as soon as you can get here, please do so. Do so, sir. Tanner Thorpe, as soon as you can get here, we will take you. Lady Street Shootout, if you are driving a pickup truck, which most of you are, you must ensure the bed is free and clear of debris. This one is not. Again, Tanner Thorpe, we need you back, please. Tanner Thorpe, we are waiting on you to run our first final round of the weekend. Tanner Thorpe, we need you to the staging lanes immediately, sir. If anyone else would like to enter the Chicks on Slicks Lady Street Shootout, tech cards are available in the front of the staging lanes. So Chicks on Slicks Ladies Street Shootout. If you still want to enter, there's still time. We will run your time runs immediately following our Gamblers' final round, which will be rolling shortly. And if you still want to enter, tech cards are available in the front of the staging lanes. I hear race cars. Our first final round of the weekend is rolling under the suites as we speak, and what a great way to kick off what is going to be a fantastic weekend here at the Rudd Racing Engines 6-Shooter Showdown presented by Mr. Wendell's Motorsports. Our first final round will be our Pro 1 Safety Friday Gamblers warm-up race. Cliff Loveless and Tanner Thorpe. And what more could you ask for? A door car versus Dragster final round. As the burnouts take place, our first winner is about to be crowned, and $2,000 is going to be handed out. Cliff Loveless on the left side of the racetrack. That would be the Phil's Trailer Sales scoreboard as you look down Xtreme Raceway Park. 585 is his dial-in. Waxahachie, Texas, where he calls home for the Camaro, and Tanner Thorpe, the Midland, Texas-based long car. The Elder Chrysler Dodge side of the equation, he will dial in at 459. Loveless is in, Thorpe's in. They stay green, 10 foul, separate them. Loveless with the advantage, but the win light shines for Tanner Thorpe. 11 up front, double breakout drag race. He's 458.4, 6 thou under the dial in. Loveless was 001 up front, takes 11 thou at the finish line, which against a 450 car is nothing to shake your head at. He goes 584.2, he's 6 thou under. So by 0.02 of a second of double breakout, Tanner Thorpe parks the Dragster in the first winner's circle picture of the evening. Congratulations, Cliff Loveless, on your runner-up. Definitely a great day, sir. And a great way to start the weekend, but your first champion of the weekend from Midland, Texas, is Tanner Thorpe.
Last call on concessions and beer and alcohol.
So those of you that are already back in the lanes for our Chicks on Slicks Ladies Street Shootout, go ahead and make your way around the corner under the suites for your second and final time trial. So our Chicks on Slick Lady Street Shootout are making their time runs down the drag strip. I'll get 2, then we will go right in to our hot lapping eliminations. Sheila and Stacy, y'all might need to tighten that up a little bit. So, great fun-filled way to cap off a lovely Pro 1 Day 1 here. Of course, our Chicks on Slicks Lady Street Shootout is in memory of Mindy Burrow. Burrow Family Racing is putting up $100 for the racer with the best losing package in round number 1, which will be taking place right after this last time trial. Obviously, we appreciate the Burrow family for partnering with us, and it is our honor to partner with them to honor Mindy Burrow's memory, as Powder Puff Racing was how she got into the sport of drag racing. The winner this evening will receive $1,000, courtesy of Oasis Landscape Group, Brian McLean, and Dylan Bontrager and Bontrager Racing Solutions. Runner-up gets $200. Make that $400. So $200 courtesy of Brian McLean, and now it's $400 courtesy of Bill Boone and Texas Trailer Man. So huge thanks to Bill and the whole Texas Trailer Man gang for adding to that semi $150. Also, thanks to Bill Boone and Texas Trailer Man. And then, of course, our round 1 best losing package, as we mentioned, $100 and a decal in memory of Mindy Burrow. So our time trials rolling on through here. And we will get kicked off with this thing as soon as our last pair of time runs go down the racetrack. And yeah, great way to cap off the evening.
At Oasis, we strive to create fully custom outdoor living spaces. Get the full visual effect with a 3D rendered design to help you understand our ideas for your property. We use rendered plans and 3D modeling to communicate the design intent visually and spatially. We can design for anyone in the United States. Use promo code 6shooter when you reach out to us for a design at a flat cost of $2,000. Check out our website at liveoasis.com.
So our Lady Street Shootout is running down the racetrack in round number 1. Sheila Day left side. Christina Branby right side. Sheila dials in at 10:28 in the Silverado. Christina rocking the Tahoe in on the right side of the racetrack, dials in at 10:55. They both knocked the top lights out. Red light start Christina. So Sheila moves on. 154 green, 10:30 on the 10:28 dial it. Your next pair, Hope Talbot and Stacy Ball. Stacy on the right. In the Explorer. That thing an EcoBoost? 10:08, probably not. Hope Talbot left side, the Silverado, 10 flat. Her dial in. Hope turns are red by a 10th and a half. Stacey moves on. 134 up front and 1021 on a 10:08. As long as they're consistent, y'all. Morgan Wallace. Megan McClain. Megan right side. The GMC 1500. 990 her dial in. Morgan Wallace. The big booty dooley 1126. Her dial in. Oh boy. Well, this is going to be fun to talk about in a second. On the brakes, Winlight Morgan Wallace. She is 003 on this end. Works the brake pedal to go 1144. On an 1126, Megan was, well, a lot more than 003. 997 on a 990 in a losing effort. Tony Weir. Macy Jones up next. Tony left side. 1090 the dial in. Kind of like Super Street, except, half the track. Okay, it's not at all like Super Street. Macy Jones right side, 940 for the F-150. Not bad. They're both green. They're both decent. 200 separate them. Win light says Tony Weir, 59 green, 1096 on the 1090 dial in, 63 miles an hour. Macy was 37 up front, but 67 thou behind at the finish line to go 955 on the 940. Kristen Baker and Julie Desbon. Julie right side. The King Daddy Caddy Escalade, 1038 the dial in. Kristen Baker left side, 1115. .001 red for Kristen Baker. Julie will move on. She's 156 green. 1038 is the predicted ET. 1031 is the actual ET. 1150 on 1115 for Kristen Baker, but 001 red. Ends that campaign. Mandy Gardenhire and Maddie Evilsizer. Up next. Maddie right side dials in at 1018. Mandy left side dials in at 1140. And Mandy Gardenhire just got timed out. Evil Sizer moves on. 139 green and 1023 on a 1018. So once again, we are in round number 1 of our Chicks on Slicks Ladies Street Shootout. I know we mentioned it a while ago, but this is a no buybacks kind of production. Deep staging is allowed. Auto start is on. We raised the burn down timer to 10 seconds. Just FYI. in addition to all the great add-ons we talked about earlier, Jake Hodge is putting up $20 for the best reaction time each round of the Chicks on Slicks Ladies Street Shootout. Right now, the best one I've seen definitely belongs to Morgan Wallace. Your next pair. Jessica Phillips, right side, 11:15 the dial in. It literally just says Mrs. Lancaster on the left. 1093, her dial in the Yodge Rem. It's definitely a soft D. At least Will Ferrell said it was, man. Whatever. Red light start, Mrs. Lancaster by a tenth. Jessica moves on, 320 up front. And 1182 on the 1115. Michelle Howard and Emily Goza. Michelle left side dials in at 9:05. Emily right side of the racetrack dials in at 10:47. When light Michelle, 149 up front, 9075 on the 905 dial in, 76 miles per. Emily was 182 on this end, and 73 above on that end. Angie Mackey up next, left side, 985 the dial in, right side. The 674 Dooley, 1050 her dial in. Red light start, Angie Mackey by 400. Right side moves on. Right side 95 green and 1045 on a 1050 dial in. Next up, left side dials in 1060. Right side, Blakely Brown. 1072, the number on her window. When light Blakely Brown, 354 up front. And 1072 dead one. Well, there's that. Left side, negative 017 on the red side, 1068 on a 1060. It's Kaylee Fowler and Debbie Palmer. Debbie right side, 980 the number. Kaylee Fowler left side, 1022. Her dial in on the Yeep. Win light there goes to Debbie Palmer, 161 up front, 1031 on a 980 dial in. Kylie was 538, which would be decent, except it's not 2002. 1040 on a 1022 as Haley Elliott and Jasmine Hurry come up. Jasmine right side, 1190. The dial in on the little Chevrolet. Haley left side. 1080. Her dial in as she bumps it in. Almost 2/10 to work with. Win light says Haley Elliott, 103 and 1093 on a 1080 dial in. 57 miles an hour. Jasmine was 299 in reaction time. 1198 on an 1190. Courtney Lewis and Stacy Ball up now. Stacy right side of the equation, 1008 her dial in. And Courtney Lewis left side, 1175. What she says, the little GMC is going to go. Win light Stacy Ball, 155 up front is Courtney. Is 044 on the red side. Stacy 1012 on a 1008, 48 foul above. So Stacy advances. Mallory Bontrager up next. She will take on Stephanie Hankins, and apparently today is Stephanie's birthday. So happy birthday, Stephanie. 1206 the dial in. Mallory Bontrager on the left, dials in at 1058. Well, they both tried to wait for tomorrow to leave the starting line, but, you know, that's okay. 8th thou separate them. Win light, Mallory Bontrager, 290 on the Christmas tree, 1072 on a 1058. Stephanie was 282 up front, but 1221 on a 1206. The impressive part of this time slip, Mallory on the brake pedal to take 1 thou worth of finish line. Marissa Holtzman and Mandy Gardenhire up now. Marissa left side, 1186. Mandy right side, 1140. Win light's going to go to Mandy Gardenhire as Marissa is 136 on the red side. Mandy 022 green and 1122 on 1140. Boy, baby, Chris Jones, if you could please get to the front of the staging lanes, please. Chris Jones to the front of the staging lanes. Your bye run, 936, the dial in on the left side of the racetrack.
At Oasis, we strive to create fully custom outdoor living spaces. Get the full visual effect with a 3D rendered design to help you understand our ideas for your property. We use rendered plans and 3D modeling to communicate the design intent visually and spatially. We can design for anyone in the United States. Use promo code 6shooter when you reach out to us for a design at a flat cost of $2,000. Check out our website at liveoasis.com.
Stacy, Taryn, Maddie, Evil Sizer on the racetrack. Stacy dials in 971. Maddie dials in at 1018. Win light, Maddie, Evil Sizer. 359 green, 1032 on a 1018. Stacy goes 1011 on 971. She was better in reaction time, but substantially further off the dial in. So Maddie moves on. Sheila Day, Jessica Phillips. Sheila left side, dials in 1028. Jessica, right side, dials in at 1120. Sheila's going to move on as Jessica kicks her red. Sheila 127, 1014 on a 1028. Tony Weir left side dials in 1090. Right side dials in 1050. Red light, start right side by 0.19. Doesn't sound as bad if you don't read the last digit. Tony Weir, your winner, 52 green and 1083 on the 1090 dial-in. Left side dials in at 1033. Right side, Blakely Brown dials in at 1072. Red light start left side by a 10th. Blakely's moving on. She's 73 green. And goes 1090 on the 1072. Your next pair, Julie DeBon and Debbie Palmer. Julie left side. In the Escalade, dials in at 1030. Debbie right side. Dials in at 980. Julie's going to move on. As Debbie does not get it staged in time once again, y'all. Auto start is on for this. And it is a 10-second burn down timer. I understand straight cars are a little different to stage, but you got to get it in the beams, y'all. Michelle Howard, Stacy Ball. Michelle left side, 9:05. Stacy right side, 10:08. Away we go. Stacy is 39 on the red side. Michelle moves on, 92 green and 9:29 on a 9:05 dial. Mallory Bontrager and Haley Elliott up now. Haley right side dials in at 1080. Mallory left side dials in 1058. Red light start, Mallory Bontrager by 082. Haley was absolutely nowhere near red. 243 green and 1077 on a 1080 dial in